Chapter 777. At midnight, the entire U residence fell into silence. 2 pairs of lanterns hung high in front of the gate, illuminating a blurry figure. He stepped on the steps that were dyed red by the firecrackers and looked at the brand new aristocratic family plaque above his head, scattering a faint fragrance. Jean-ko rubbed his nose and stood in front of the U residence for a moment. He hesitated and finally turned to leave. Shui Rui had asked him to return to the capital to stop the marriage between Jing Qin and Yu Shu, but he was not allowed to meet with Yu Shu in private. He wanted to come to the last to tell her that he was safe, but he was afraid that his good intentions would cause trouble. He came and went like a ghost, and no one noticed him. An hour later, he found the back door of the princess's mansion. He had been here during the day to scout the place. He carefully avoided the hidden guards and entered the mansion. He found a small, beautifully built building by the lake. As soon as he approached it, he sensed that there was an ambush nearby. Jean-ko cleverly went around to the side of the lake and climbed up to the 2nd floor. He listened to the breathing sounds in the room by the window and quickly found Jing Chen's bedroom. He used a dagger to pry open the window and leaned in. The room was so dark that he couldn't see his fingers, but he could see the person lying on the bed with his night vision. Jean-ko quietly walked to the bed and was about to seal his acupoints before waking him up. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched and he didn't have time to withdraw his hand before it was caught. Jing Chen suddenly opened his eyes, but he didn't make a fuss. The wariness in his eyes was replaced by surprise when he saw who it was. "How come it's you?" Jean-ko smiled awkwardly at him and whispered, "Third brother, it's me. Don't make a noise. There are a few masters hiding outside." Jing Chen nodded and released him. He sat up on the bed and asked in surprise, "Didn't you escape? Why did you come back?" Jean-ko explained, "I'm the only one who came back. Foster father and the others are in a safe place." Without waiting for Jing Chen to ask again, he took the initiative to explain the purpose of his visit. "I came back this time to take you away from the capital to reunite with foster father. Third brother, quickly pack up and come with me." Jing Chen's eyes flickered in the darkness. After a while, he shook his head and said in a low voice, "I can't leave." If he could leave, he would have done so long ago. "If you don't leave, are you really going to stay and marry Miss Yu?" Jean-ko probed, "But she doesn't really want to marry you." He didn't dare to tell him that Yu Shu and Shui Rui had already promised to marry each other. He was afraid that it would arouse resentment in his heart and he would be even more unwilling to go with him. Unexpectedly, Jing Chen said calmly, "I know, the person she likes is Shui Rui." Jean-ko was stunned. He seemed to hear Jing Chen sigh softly, "But if I leave and leave her alone, Titian will definitely not let her go." That night at Ascending Cloud Monastery made Jing Chen completely understand that his tie was no longer with his sect, but Yu Shu. Titian could use Yu Shu's family to tie her down, but he could also use her to tie him down. Jean-ko understood now, and he couldn't help but look at Jing Chen with pity in his eyes. These 2 brothers had fallen in love with the same girl, yet they both couldn't get what they wanted. Shui Rui was slightly better, as at least he and the girl were in love with each other. But Jing Chen, he had wronged himself like this, and he didn't know if the girl would appreciate it. Let me put it this way. Even if you leave, that old thief surnamed Zhu will definitely not make things difficult for Miss Yu. On the contrary, she will only truly be free if you leave. Jean-ko wasn't good at persuading people. These words were all taught to him by Shui Rui. "Listen, old thief Zhu forced you to marry Miss Yu because he wanted to obtain the Destiny Grand Bone. But even if he obtained the Destiny Grand Bone, he still wouldn't be able to open the 6-run book of the Fairy Maiden, because," he moved closer to Jing Chen's ear and lowered his voice to say, "because the 6-run book of the Fairy Maiden he obtained is fake." Jing Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Jean-ko in disbelief. What did he just say? Titian's painstaking efforts to get the 6-run book of the Fairy Maiden was fake. I didn't lie to you. What happened that day in Rising Cloud Temple was all arranged by my foster father. He deduced it many times in advance. In order to make that guy surnamed Zhu believe that what he obtained was the real book of the Fairy Maiden, he even lied to my younger brother and Miss Yu. The real book of the Fairy Maiden isn't on my foster father at all. He has long hidden it in a very hidden place. Other than him, no one knows where the real book of the Fairy Maiden is hidden. The mysterious crystal book that he carries with him is forged from Nanyang diamond. My foster father traveled outside for 10 years before he discovered it. He then searched for famous craftsmen in Jianghu to make an exact copy of the book of the Fairy Maiden. But no matter how much it resembles the real one, it is still a fake. It doesn't have the magical effect of knowing everything in the world. Jin Ko finished speaking in one breath. He was afraid that Jing Chen wouldn't believe him, so he imitated Shui Rui's tone and said, "If it really is the six-run book of the Fairy Maiden, not to mention my younger brother's life, even if the dead Princess Liue and my foster mother were to come back to life, my foster father would definitely not hand it over to others." Jing Chen was silent for a long time before he suddenly asked, "Did my father go through so much trouble just to take away Shui Rui? Why did he do that?" Hearing this, Jin Ko couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of his foster father's flesh and blood. These two brothers were both extraordinarily intelligent. It was just that one's schemes were hard to fathom, while the other's great wisdom seemed stupid. When you see my foster father, you can ask him yourself. If Jin Ko had to say it himself, he only knew that Dawn's fate had come to an end. When the dynasty changed, his foster father would be the pair of hands that added fuel to the fire. Jing Chen's eyes flickered. He stared closely at Jin Ko as if he was trying to determine how credible his words were. Jin Ko didn't even dare to blink, for fear that Jing Chen would refuse him in the next moment. "If I go with you, how can you guarantee that Xiao Yu won't be in danger after I leave?" Seeing that he finally relent, Jin Ko was overjoyed. He quickly took out something from his bosom and showed it to him. "Isn't that easy to say? I have a brocade pouch that my foster father personally gave me. Inside it is the secret method to distinguish between the real and fake six-run book of the Fairy Maiden. As long as you agree to leave with me, I will give it to Miss Yu." At that time, when the man's surnamed Zhu makes things difficult for her, she only needs to point out the fake book of the Fairy Maiden in his hands. The man surnamed Zhu will definitely not do anything to her. Jing Chen thought for a while and was a bit hesitant. He wanted to leave like this to free Yu Shu, but he was also afraid that she wouldn't be able to handle it alone after he left. Moreover, there was a bit of selfishness that he couldn't say out loud. He secretly hoped that one day she would change her mind and get back on good terms with him. "Third younger brother, just believe me this once." Jin Ko's lips were torn from all the talking. He said with a bitter expression, "Even if you don't believe me, you should believe your second older brother. He has deep feelings for Miss Yu, so why would he harm her? I'll tell you the truth. He was the one who told me to go back to the capital to persuade you to leave." Hearing this, Jing Chen's expression was obviously dazed for a moment. "Is that so? He told you to come find me?" "That's right. He told me to come. He also said that you have a sincere heart for Miss Yu. If it's for her good, you will be willing to leave." Jin Ko himself felt that these words were a bit despicable. There was a fair chance to marry the beauty in front of Jing Chen, but he wanted him to give up and leave. How many men in this world could do that? Jing Chen stood up with his hands on his knees and walked off the bed. Jin Ko couldn't see the bitterness and struggle in his eyes. "Third younger brother. Let me think about it." Seeing that the 4th month was about to end, there was a happy atmosphere inside and outside of the Yu estate. The eldest daughter of the estate was going to get married tomorrow, and the servants had received new clothes and shoes. Tomorrow, not only could they join in the fun, but they could also receive rewards. How could they not look forward to it? At this moment, Zhao Hui was a bit angry. This morning, when she went to the north courtyard to check the items, she happened to see Yu Xiaoxiu's little mouse coming out of a pile of wedding clothes. When she checked again, she found that the neckline and cuffs of the wedding clothes were loose. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. Yu Shu wasn't in the room, so Zhao Hui asked the head maidservant in her courtyard and hurried to Yongchen Court. When she entered the garden, she saw Yu Shu sitting by the pond and basking in the sun. She was so angry that she almost laughed. "Look at your face. It's as red as a monkey's face. Get up and go back to the room." Yu Shu was in a daze. When she was pulled up from the rocking chair by Zhao Hui, she came back to her senses. Seeing her angry face, she asked slowly, "What did you say?" Zhao Hui only thought that she was dizzy from the sun and didn't notice her abnormality. She gritted her teeth and said, "I told you many times not to keep that mouse. You don't know how hateful it is. It bit your new wedding clothes. Quickly go back with me and see how to repair it." Yu Shu made an "oh" sound and casually said, "If it's bad, then it's bad. Why do you need to repair it?" Zhao Hui glared at her and said, "You're talking nonsense again. If you don't repair it, what will you wear tomorrow?" Then she pulled her away without any explanation. This torment lasted the entire morning. Fortunately, Pei Jing's Furen, Qin Shi, was also in the fu to help. Her needlework was very good. She thought of a way to stitch back the loose threads with red thread. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to see the damage. Yu Shu looked at them with a lack of interest. When the clothes were repaired, Zhao Hui let out a sigh of relief. Yu Shu lazily got up and said, "I'm going back to my room to sleep. Mother and Jiu Ma should also rest." Seeing that Yu Shu had left, Qin Shi turned her head and whispered to Zhao Hui, "Why is she so listless? Did she quarrel with the new son-in-law?" Zhao Hui was busy hanging up the wedding clothes and replied, "It can't be. Yesterday, the Princess Fu sent a few pots of flowers for her. I think it's fine. Aren't all girls like this? When they are getting married, there will always be some fear in their heart. Didn't sister-in-law go through the same thing?" Qin Shi thought that it was right, so she changed the topic and talked to Zhao Hui about the time when they became new daughters-in-law. Yu Shu returned to the bedroom like a ghost. She put on her shoes and lay down on the soft couch. Abe Kiko silently followed behind her. After she lay down, he went forward to take off her shoes and kneeled on the footstool to massage her legs. Yu Shu looked at the beam and said softly, "Well, you go out and guard the door. Don't let anyone come in." Abe Kiko obediently went out. When there was only Yu Shu in the room, her calm face was instantly filled with bitterness. No one knew how she survived these days. There was still no news of Shui Rui. Seeing that her marriage with Jing Qin was a foregone conclusion, she was powerless to stop it. She sat motionless in the garden all morning, with hundreds of ideas running through her mind. Finally, she found that there was only one way to go, and that was to sit in the bridal sedan chair the next morning, and be taken to the bridal chamber. With a big family behind her, she had no choice at all. She didn't have the right to be selfish. She had to tell herself this over and over again to endure the unwillingness in her heart. Yu Shu raised her arm to cover her face. There was a trace of a bitter smile on her lips. She muttered to herself, "If the person in my heart is not you, but him, it would be good." Chapter 778. Recently, there was a rare incident in the capital. It was said that on the day that the emperor personally appointed messenger Miao Ling to be married, the groom disappeared. The bride's bridal sedan chair went out of the main gate. The bridal sedan chair, along with the dozens of heaps of dowry, returned untouched. Some people said that this female envoy was extremely ugly. Although she had the ability to call the wind and summon the rain, she was not liked by men. Moreover, the man she was going to marry seemed to be a relative of the imperial family. Some people said that the bride accidentally broke her leg before getting married and became a cripple. The groom was not willing to marry her, so he ran away. Some people said that the groom who ran away already had a lover, and the two eloped the night before the wedding. Although there were different opinions, one thing was certain: the bride became a joke in everyone's mouth. However, at this moment, Yushu, who was in the center of all kinds of rumors and slanders, was not as worried as people imagined. On the contrary, she never felt so relaxed again. It had been 3 days since Jing Qin escaped the marriage. The entire Yu residence was shrouded in dark clouds. She did not shed tears of sadness, nor did she fly into a rage out of humiliation. On the day of the marriage, she opened her eyes in a daze and found a brocade pouch in her hand. When she saw the letter inside, she was so happy that she almost cried. What happened next was logical. She sat in the sedan chair and went out. After waiting for a long time, the groom didn't come. News came from the princess's mansion that Jing Qin was missing. She ordered the wedding procession to turn around and go home. Jing Qin left without saying goodbye. Yushu only had gratitude in her heart. All the things in the past were drowned by him when he turned around. This time, he let go of his feelings, and she also let go of her resentment. Yushu waited at home for 3 days. The Great Commissioner probably couldn't find Jing Chen's whereabouts, so they finally found her, the victim. When the Great Tipping Point sent someone to summon her, Yushu was in the stable brushing Little Red's back with her sleeves rolled up. When she heard the news, she calmly returned to her room and changed into a set of clean clothes. She took off the ring on her left hand and placed it under her pillow. Then, she followed the person to the Imperial Astronomer. In Taishi Restaurant, Zhu Muzhao rarely had a serious face. When he saw Yushu coming in, he didn't comfort her, but asked, "Where did Jing Chen go?" Yushu already had a plan, so she was not afraid of his cold face. She told him the truth: he went to find his father. As soon as she finished her words, Zhu Muzhao raised his hand and threw the paperweight on the table at her. Yushu didn't have time to dodge it. The hard jade stone hit her head, making a muffled sound, and then fell to the ground. There was a sharp pain on Yushu's forehead, and then she felt dizzy. Her body swayed, and she barely stood still. She covered her head and looked at the angry man with a mocking smile. "Do you think that you can rest easy if he runs away?" Zhu Muzhao said coldly, "You are courting death." Yushu retorted, "Even if he doesn't run away, do you think that everything will be fine after you get the destiny bone?" Hearing the hidden meaning in her words, Zhu Muzhao suddenly narrowed his eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Yushu didn't fear death and told him, "The Book of Mystery Women's 6 Rens that you got from Yunhua is fake." Zhu Muzhao was stunned, and his face slowly became ugly. He looked at Yushu with a sharp gaze and said in disbelief, "Impossible, you are lying to me. Don't tell me you still can't tell if it's the truth or a lie." Yushu met his pressing gaze and repeated, "The Book of Fairy Maiden that you obtained is fake." Zhu Muzhao's face was completely pale. If he had a second paperweight in his hand, he would have thrown it at Yushu's face again without hesitation. Seeing his expression change, Yushu felt an indescribable sense of joy in her heart. She added fuel to the fire and said, "If you still don't believe me, you can take out the Book of Mystery Women. Yunhua left a secret mark on it, I can point it out to you." Zhu Muzhao closed his eyes and thought for a long time. When he first got the Book of Mystery Women, he was also worried that it was fake. He had repeatedly appraised it, cut it with a knife, grilled it with fire, and even compared it with the handwritten notes left by the former great teacher, but he didn't find anything wrong. He calmed down, tapped his fingers on the table, and said, "Gu Hong, bring me the Book of Mystery Women." It wasn't that he didn't believe in his great insight technique, but he didn't want to believe that he would fall into Yunhua's trap. Yunhua was full of tricks. Since he could deceive him once, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't do it again. "Master, please wait a moment. Yushu heard someone responding to him in a low voice. Although she didn't see the person, the voice was slightly familiar. It must be his loyal servant, or else how would he know where the Book of Mystery Women was kept? Zhu Muzhao looked at Yushu's calm performance, and the anger in his heart couldn't be extinguished, so he sneered and said, "Later, if you can't prove that the Book of Mystery Women's 6 rens in my hand is fake, I will let you taste the feeling of begging for death." Yushu shut her mouth and didn't try to provoke him again. She frowned tightly, and her head hurt badly, but she didn't dare to slack off. She waited quietly for the time it took for a joss stick to burn, and the person returned. He walked in from the back door with a wooden box in his hands. Only then did she see the person's appearance clearly, and she immediately recognized that he was the person holding the sword who followed Zhu Muzhao that night in Rising Cloud Temple. It seemed that this person's kung fu was unfathomable, and even a peerless master like Jin Ke was afraid to fight with him recklessly. "Master." Gu Hong put the wooden box on the table in front of Zhu Muzhao, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood to the side and stared at Yushu expressionlessly. Zhu Muzhao opened the box and beckoned Yushu to come forward. "Come here and point it out for me." Yushu gently rubbed the protruding lump on her forehead, gritted her teeth, and strode forward. She took the glazed crystal treasure book from his hands, lowered her head, and flipped to the back. She pursed her lips and carefully explored the uneven diagram with her fingers. After a while, her eyes suddenly brightened, and her fingers stopped on the Destiny Grand Bone diagram. She said to Zhu Muzhao, "Touch here. Is there anything different?" Zhu Muzhao reached out and touched it, but he didn't find anything unusual. Yushu didn't reveal it for the time being. She pointed out a few other bones on the diagram and asked him to touch them one by one. Zhu Muzhao frowned, but he still couldn't figure it out. Yushu sighed in admiration at Yunhua's ingenuity in her heart as she revealed the answer to the riddle. There are a total of 81 human bones drawn on this diagram. Most of them are indented, and only a few are protruding. You can change the strokes on these protruding bones and see what kind of character it is. As she spoke, she took a brush from the table, dipped it in cinnabar, and wrote the character stroke by stroke on the table. The characters on the Book of Xian Nu were all in seal script. Yushu couldn't recognize a few of them, but she had seen this character in the brocade pouch that Yunhua had written in her own handwriting, and she remembered it clearly. This character was pronounced as fake. Fake meant fake. Yunhua used this character to mock Zhu Muzhao's incompetence. Zhu Muzhao stared at the bright red character, fake, on the table. His fingers trembled slightly, and he clenched his fists tightly. However, he couldn't help but tremble all over. He let out a muffled cough from his throat, and a trail of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Yushu was so frightened that she took 2 steps back. She didn't expect him to be so angry that he would vomit blood. When Gu Hong saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward and pressed on Zhu Muzhao's shoulder. He stretched out a palm and massaged his back to help him suppress the surging blood in his chest. Zhu Muzhao closed his eyes tightly and slowed down his breathing. He tried his best to control the anger and hatred that filled his heart. It was just like 20 years ago when his father, Zhu Chang, drank poison to apologize for losing the Book of Xian Nu. It was also the day he took over the position of the Celestial Commissioner. He secretly swore that he would recover the Book of Xian Nu in his lifetime and replace his father to protect the peace and prosperity of Den. "I won't kill you." He opened his eyes and looked at the rebellious girl in front of him. His eyes flickered, and his blood-stained lips opened and closed. "Killing you is exactly what he wants. I will let you live well, and live better than anyone else." He would let her slowly sink into the swamp of power and desire, until the day she could not extricate herself. Yushu did not understand what Zhu Muzhao was saying, but she knew that her little life was saved. She quietly sighed in relief. After relaxing, she felt her whole body go soft, as if there was a big stone on her head. It was so heavy that she could not lift her head and her vision became blurry. She opened her mouth and fell backwards. When Yushu woke up again, she was already home and lying on her bed. Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu were around the bed. Seeing her open her eyes, one quickly turned her head to wipe away her tears while the other moved in front of her face. "Sister, how are you? Does your head hurt? Are you still dizzy?" Yushu subconsciously touched her forehead and touched a layer of cotton. She gasped and blurted out, "Ouch, it hurts so much." Zhao Hui wiped away her tears and turned her head to scold her. "Since you know pain, why do you want to suffer? I know you have been feeling bad these days, but you can't hurt yourself like this. We can't afford to be friends with the royal family, but we can't do that. Where did your intelligence go? You're seeking death for such a small matter. Have you ever thought about our family?" Yushu was dumbfounded. Who was seeking death? Who? Yu Xiaoxiu also said with red eyes, "Sister, Jing Chen did not marry you because he is not lucky. If he ran away, then he ran away. Don't take it too hard." After a long time, they misunderstood that she wanted to die. Yushu felt a pain in her head. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hand at them and said weakly, "Don't worry. I haven't lived enough. Why would I want to die?" Hearing this, Zhao Hui was doubtful. She wanted to say something more, but she was interrupted by He Fangji who came in with a bowl of medicine. "Okay, don't talk too much. Let the child drink the medicine first." Yushu escaped a disaster. After drinking a bowl of bitter medicine, she listened to He Fangji and closed her eyes to rest. She slept for the whole afternoon. After a while, Aunt Shui heard the news and ran over, but she didn't dare to wake her up. She silently sat by her bed and squeezed out a few tears. Then, she was coaxed away by Yu Xiaoxiu. In the evening, Yushu woke up. The room was dark. She vaguely heard Zhao Hui talking to someone outside. "Why hasn't that person left yet?" "That's right, madam. She has been waiting for the whole afternoon." Steward Zhou didn't listen to her no matter how I persuaded her. She insisted on seeing our Mississippi. If it wasn't for her weak legs, I really want to drive her out with a broom. I'm afraid that she will hit something and blame us again. Chapter 779. Yushu was not surprised that Xue Yun would come to her door. Even she only learned that Jing Chen left on the morning of her wedding. She didn't even see him for the last time, let alone Xue Yun. She didn't let anyone drive Xue Yun out. Jing Chen left without saying goodbye because of her. She had to give Xue Yun an explanation. "Go and tell her that I asked her to go back first and come back tomorrow morning." Yushu let persuade Xue Yun to return to the Princess Fu first. It was too late today. In addition, she had a headache and couldn't control her temper. She was afraid that Xue Yun would quarrel with her. If she insists on not leaving, take her to the guest room in the West Wing to rest for the night. After Lin conveyed the message, Xue Yun really didn't want to leave. She brought along a maidservant and stayed in the guest room. She looked as if she wouldn't leave until she saw Yushu. She looked just like a debt collector. Lin came back and told Yushu. Yushu was helpless and let her go. After a night, Yushu's headache eased a lot. However, there was a fist-sized swelling on her forehead. The black and red bruise was very scary. She had to wear a hat, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to see people. After she got up, she asked Lin, "Did you send someone to send breakfast to Miss Shui?" Lin pouted and said, "Yes, but she refused to eat. She clamored to see you early in the morning." At that time, her daughter was not awake yet. Who would help that debt collector pass the message? Yushu looked at the porridge, side dishes, and steaming hot flour rolls on the table. She sighed and said, "Go and invite her over." After that, she picked up the bowl and chopsticks and ate first. She felt dizzy and nauseous yesterday. She didn't eat much at night. Now, she was so hungry. Zhao Hui must have specially ordered the kitchen. The table was full of light and refreshing food. Just looking at it made people have an appetite. She had just finished a small bowl of porridge when Shu Yun arrived. She was pushed to the door in her wheelchair. The maidservant behind her was quite strong. She carried Shu Yun and her heavy wheelchair over the threshold by herself. Xin and Lin, who were prepared to help, were dumbfounded. Yushu put down her chopsticks and looked at Shu Yun. Her face was sallow and her eyes were dark. It seemed that she had been suffering for the past few days. She didn't even have a good night's sleep. This made Yushu think of herself from 3 days ago. She felt more sympathy for Shu Yun. Contrary to her usual cold attitude, she calmly said, "Come and eat something, then we'll talk about something else." Shu Yun stared at her motionlessly. Her pair of bloodshot eyes seemed to be stained with poison, wishing to pierce a few holes in her body. Seeing this, Yushu had to pull a long face to scare her. A guest should follow the host's wishes. Don't force me to kick you out. Shu Yun bit the dried skin on her lips and coldly snorted. Then, she ordered the maidservants to push her to the table. All of you go out. Xiao Kuei, stay outside. At Yushu's order, Xin and Lin obediently went out. This time, Shu Yun didn't need Yushu to say anything. She also drove her maidservants out. Only the two of them were left in the room. Where's my senior fellow apprentice? Yushu stood up and filled a bowl of porridge for her. Then, she took a flour roll and put it in front of her. Finish it. Shu Yun grabbed the flour roll and threw it at her. Where's my senior fellow apprentice? Yushu frowned and resisted the urge to press her head into the bowl. She bent down to pick up the flour roll and blew on it. Then, she peeled off the dirty outer layer. She broke off a piece and put it in her mouth. After chewing it, she forced the remaining half into Shu Yun's hand. After you finish eating, I'll tell you where Jingqin is. She pressed on Shu Yun's weak point. Shu Yun ate the flour roll she picked up from the ground with a humiliated expression. Then, she was forced to drink a bowl of porridge. Finally, her face had some color. Where's my senior fellow apprentice? Shu Yun slammed the bowl on the table. Jingqin went to find his biological father. You lied to me. Shu Yun widened her eyes. She didn't believe her words at all. Yunhua Ez had been dead for 20 years. Where could Jingqin go to find him? Was he going to seek death? Why would I lie to you? Yunhua is not dead. He's still alive. Yushu crossed her arms and looked down at Shu Yun's surprised face. She said, Jingqin should have told you that I'm the one who broke his life. Then, did he tell you that the story about him committing a crime against Kata Star and that if he didn't break his life in time, he would kill the elders of his sect who saved his life back then was a lie made up by the old Taoists of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Their purpose was to make him obedient and become a saint without selfish intentions. Then, it would be convenient for them to manipulate him. Although she didn't know what agreement the Taoists of Dragon Tiger Mountain had with the imperial court, she was sure that Jing Chen's so-called crime against Kata Star was a lie made up by them. The union of the Great Calamity and the Life-Breaker was only to give birth to the Destiny Grand Bone. This was the truth. You're lying. Shu Yun stretched her neck and shouted at Yushu. She glared at Yushu as if she was a demon. You must have forced my senior fellow apprentice away. You hate me for framing you, and you blame my senior fellow apprentice for cutting off all ties with you. So, you didn't want to break your life for him, so you thought of a way to force him away. Yushu shook her head and laughed. I was right. You evil woman with a heart of snakes and scorpions. My senior fellow apprentice missed you, but you caused him to be heartless and unjust. I curse you to die a horrible death. Shui Yun's malicious words made her so angry that her breathing became hurried. Her eyes slightly bulged out, looking somewhat frightening. Yu Shu coldly looked at her. You should really look in the mirror and see what kind of face you have right now. Let me ask you, in your heart, is Jing Chen a heartless person? If the matter of life breaker really threatened the lives of the elders of your sect, how could he just leave? You keep saying that you and Jing Chen grew up together, so you should know better than anyone what kind of life he lived in Dragon Tiger Mountain. Which one of you cares about what he thinks? You talk about kindness and morality all day long, afraid that he will be ungrateful. It's as if he was born to suffer and lives to repay kindness, to save the common people of the world. Which one of you treats him as a person? Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They could cry and laugh, be sad and happy, but Jing Chen had been taught to be neither happy nor sad since he was young. He endured everyone's strange gazes and carefully lived for more than 10 years. If it was her, even if she didn't go crazy, she would become a fool. He has been deceived for more than 10 years. Now that he has woken up, does he want to stay and be used by others? Yu Shu sneered. In my opinion, it's good that he left, too good. He left this foul Anling city and became a free mortal from then on. Otherwise, he would have lived his life in vain. There was a saying, every man for himself. It was also a good thing that Jing Chen could let go of his obsession and let go of her. Being sneered at by Yu Shu, Shui Yun forgot about her anger and suddenly lost herself. 2 voices appeared in her mind. One told her not to listen to Yu Shu's nonsense, and the other questioned herself. Did she really think for senior brother? She wanted to defend herself and expose Yu Shu's lies, but she was horrified to find that she couldn't refute Yu Shu's words. She didn't want to believe Yu Shu's nonsense, but she also didn't believe that Jing Chen was a heartless person. Then why did he leave? Shui Yun's anger completely dissipated. She thought about how she had criticized Jing Chen in the past and how she had been pressuring him all this time. She slowly shrunk her shoulders. It was already May, but she felt a chill. It was a chill in her heart. If what Yu Shu said was true, then senior brother must be disheartened and left without saying a word. Will he come back? She couldn't help but ask. He won't come back. Yu Shu's tone was sad. Shui Yun's nose became sour, and suddenly tears fell. She sniffled and sobbed. The more she cried, the sadder she became. Soon, she cried until she was out of breath. Yu Shu was instantly speechless. Seeing that she was about to pass out, she had no choice but to call for her to stop. All right, what are you crying for? It's not like Jing Chen is dead. He's alive and well. Don't you feel unlucky? Shui Yun hiccuped and choked with sobs. Senior brother must hate me. Yes, he must hate you. I can't see him anymore. Woo woo. Yes, you can't see him in this life. Shui Yun's crying stopped abruptly. A pair of fish eyes fiercely stared at Yu Shu. I can't see him, and you can't see him either. What are you so proud of? Yu Shu rolled her eyes. Which eye of yours saw me proud? I was clearly comforting you. Shui Yun was ashamed and angry. Who needs your comfort? How was this comforting? This was simply pouring salt on her wound. If you don't need it, then don't. Yu Shu said somewhat impatiently, have you cried enough? If you have, then go back. I have already said what needs to be said. Don't come here to make trouble again. If you do, I won't be polite to you next time. Shui Yun's little face tightened, and she held back her tears. She said to Yu Shu in a threatening manner, it's fine if my senior brother is safe and sound, but if one day I find out that you lied to me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Yushu sneered and didn't call out her bluff. For Jing Chen's face, she was too lazy to argue. "Come, see the guest out." And Baikue and Shui Yun's maidservant walked in one after the other. Shui Yun carelessly wiped the tears on her face and had someone push her to the door. She looked back at Yushu and said in a muffled voice, "Before senior brother left, he left a note saying that you left something with him and wanted me to return it on his behalf. When you have time, come to the princess Fu to get it." Yushu raised her eyelids and asked suspiciously, "What thing?" Shui Yun snorted angrily, "It's just a broken sword. What good thing can it be?" She originally didn't intend to tell her. Even if it was a broken sword, it was something that her senior brother had used. She could benefit anyone but her. But because this was the last thing her senior brother entrusted to her, she had to do it no matter how unwilling she was. It wasn't because she felt guilty in front of this bad woman. After Shui Yun disappeared, Yushu slowly realized what the broken sword was. It was an ancient sword that she first obtained from a group of evil Taoists in Yang. Later, she gave it to Jing Qin. She still remembered that the sword was very old. The body of the sword was covered in green rust. She couldn't tell its age. But once, she met old academician Axayan at the Axayan family's great exchange hall. When she asked about the ancient sword, the old man seemed to know its origin, but he refused to tell her. Chapter 780. The next day, Yushu went to the princess' residence to retrieve the ancient sword. Jing Chen had made a scabbard out of some unknown leather, but it still looked old and shabby when she pulled it out. After getting the sword, she can't wait to find Axayan Lu. Old Master Axayan has retired for a long time and usually doesn't see outsiders. He occasionally appears in Axayan Riguangdai exchange house. Yushu can't go there every day, so she has to find another way. As soon as Axayan Lu sees her, he notices the leather hat on her head. "It's so warm. Why are you wearing a hat?" "I accidentally fell down and hit my head. I'm wearing it to cover my face." Yushu lifts a corner of the hat to show him the bruise on her forehead. Axayan Lu is shocked and quickly asks her how she hit it. But Yushu makes up a story to fool her. Axayan Lu is relieved and says, "I thought you were sad because of academician Jing's escape." "That's good." On the day of Yushu's marriage, Axayan Lu is in the wedding procession. He witnesses the scene of the sedan chair going out and coming back. Although Yushu doesn't cry after that, everyone thinks she is pretending to be strong. Yushu thinks that she wears a hat because she is afraid of being misunderstood. Now anyone who sees the bruise on her forehead will think that she wants to die. It's really unlucky. Let me tell you something. I have something to ask academician Axayan. Do you have any way to let me see him? Hearing that she wants to see her great-grandfather, Axayan Lu agrees at once. He pats his chest and promises, "You have found the right person this time. My great-grandfather loves me very much. Usually, it depends on my grandfather's mood if he wants to see me. I am different. No matter when I go to Donglai Pavilion to play, my great-grandfather never refuses to see me. Next time I go to visit him, I will take you with me." Yushu asks worriedly, "If you take me with you, will academician Axayan be unhappy and blame you later?" Axayan Lu carelessly says, "No, my great-grandfather has a good temper. Last time I dropped his precious Bodhi bead into the brazier and burned it, but he didn't get angry at me. I am just taking a friend to see him. Why would he be unhappy?" Sometimes, Yushu really felt that it was good to be like Axayan Lu, who was so carefree. At least, he wouldn't worry about things for no reason and would do everything confidently. "Are you free tomorrow?" she asks. "Tomorrow? Not tomorrow. Xian Lu waves his hand and says shyly, I didn't have time to tell you that I have been chosen to be the bearer of this ancestral worship ceremony this year. I will leave for Huajian Garden tomorrow morning. The 9th day of the 5th month is the Holy Ancestor Worship Day. Every year, on that day, the ancestral worship ceremony is held at the Imperial Mausoleum. This is the biggest event of the year and is presided over by the Celestial Commissioner. There is a segment that requires 6 young boys and girls to be the bearers to worship the 6 vessels of the founding nation. These 6 people have always been followers. This is a special honor. In last year's ancestral worship ceremony, Yushu was the leading bearer. What's more, last year was the year when the new students entered the Imperial Mausoleum after the triennial examination. She became the one that attracted the most attention. Yushu can't help but feel happy for her. This is a good thing. Then I will wait for you to return from Huajian Garden. Xian Lu pouts. What is good about it? You don't even know what kind of people are chosen this year. Even I was chosen because of my family background. There is no one who can do anything like that. When Xiaohan, didn't he follow you into the Celestial Commissioner? He was also last year's top 3. He was also chosen because 3 academicians recommended him. Who knew that in the end, he was inexplicably removed? He didn't even have an explanation and was replaced by an ignorant and incompetent young man. Many people in the library are gossiping behind our backs and laughing at us. I'd rather not be chosen than make a fool of myself. Yushu slightly frowns. She thought that the Taisher library was becoming more and more unreasonable. When Xiaohan didn't mention this to her, he was probably afraid of causing trouble for her. Xian Lu was still complaining. 2 more academicians are retiring this year, and the new academicians are putting on airs. What they teach is all old stuff, and all they teach is old stuff. They are not willing to show any of their true abilities. There are gangs everywhere in the library. Not many people are dedicated to learning. Last month, there was a female student who was ostracized. She couldn't bear the humiliation and took the initiative to quit school. Academician Sima was so angry that he severely punished those troublemakers, but in the end, nothing was done. I don't want to go to school every day. It is better to get married earlier. Yushu heard the first half of her words and sighed. When she heard the last sentence, she couldn't help but laugh. She poked her forehead and said, This is what you really mean. Xian Lu was surprised that she said what was on her mind. She shyly held her face. I didn't say anything. Her and Gu Qi's marriage had been decided. With Xiang Wang Fei as a guarantor, the elders of the 2 families exchanged their children's birthdays. The next step was to go to Kunling Bureau to apply for an official marriage certificate. With Yushu around, this was a small matter. Yushu met with Xian Lu in the morning and went to Wang Jilu to take a look. She found Xian Lishan and discussed the opening date with him. Last month, when her leg injury recovered, she invited Xian Lishan to come out of retirement and persuaded him to come to her to Yilu. Of course, Xian Laowu, as a profiteer, would never be at a disadvantage. He opened his mouth and asked for half of her shares. In the end, Yushu cut him down to 30% of the dividends. In addition, she promised him that the money he received for fortune-telling would belong to him. The 2 of them discussed the terms and conditions before she coaxed him to sign the contract. The next day, Xian Lishan shamelessly moved into Wang Jilu and lived a good life without having to worry about food and drink again. However, this 30% of the dividends was not undeserved. Xian Lishan was good at doing business and the strange gadgets he invented could all be used for profit. Most importantly, he was born in the aristocratic families of the 12 prefectures. He was once the famous Grade E master of 2 rankings and was recognized as the next head of the Xian family. Although he and Xianya had a falling out and were expelled from the family, his many years of connections were still there. As long as he was willing to come out of retirement and recruit a few talented masters to come to Wang Ji-lu, there was no need to worry that their de-lu would not prosper. Yu Shu had a vague idea in her heart. She did not want to build Wang Ji-lu into a money-making tool for the aristocratic families. Instead, she wanted to build a place that could really solve the problems of those who needed to ask for fortune-telling. The so-called masters could not only help people seek fortune and avoid calamity. It should bring people hope, not fear of the unknown. When Yu Shu walked out of Wang Ji-lu, the sun had just set. The bodyguard behind her was carrying a few kinds of cakes that the cook had specially steamed for her. They were all the signature tea snacks of Wang Ji-lu, which could not be sold outside. When she walked to the entrance of the alley, she was stopped by a man who looked familiar. "Official Yu, de Tiandao invites you to come this way." She immediately recognized that he was the guard of Taishi Lu, one of the people around de Tiandao. As soon as she went out, she was blocked. It was obvious that there had been spies around her. De Tiandao knew her every move like the back of his hand. She did not make a fuss. She nodded and let the man lead the way. It did not take long for her to come to the tea house on the same street as Wang Ji-lu. Yu Shu had been here several times. The storytellers on the first floor were all dignified and knowledgeable scholars. Even when they occasionally told romantic stories, they were not conventional. Therefore, the business of this tea house had always been very good. During the day, there were no empty seats. On the second floor, there were a few private rooms with open windows that could see downstairs. They could also order people to tell stories alone. However, the price of tea and snacks had increased tenfold. Ordinary people might not even go there once in half a year. Yu Shu followed the guide to the second floor and entered the best private room. She saw de Tiandao sitting by the window and listening to the story. The guard left, and Lu Hong and Su Qing were waiting outside. Zhu Muzhao did not look at her. He pointed to the chair opposite and said, "Sit down." Yu Shu sat down without saying a word. She was somewhat angry in her heart. She was hit on the head by him yesterday. How could she sit down and drink tea with him calmly? At this time, the voice of the storyteller came from downstairs. That female ambassador Miaoling happily covered her head with a veil and was helped onto the bridal sedan chair by the matron of honor. Then, she was carried out of the mansion. Behind her, there was a long street of dowry boxes, waiting to be sent to the princess mansion. Normally, a bride would cry when she got married, because she was reluctant to part with her parents and brothers and sisters. However, she didn't. She was so happy that she had married a Mr. Right. She was so happy that her face was like a blooming flower. However, she didn't know that the groom had already disappeared. As the protagonist of the story, Yu Shu was speechless. She secretly scolded the storyteller for making up stories. She obviously got onto the bridal sedan with a gloomy face. How could she smile like a flower? Where did this rumor come from? On the other side, Zhu Muzhao laughed. He lifted his teacup and blew on it lightly. Glancing at her, he said, "Don't be unhappy. Now that Jingchen has left, your reputation as a lady will be ruined. In the future, don't even think about marrying again." Yu Shu lowered her head and did not speak. Zhu Muzhao said again, "I know who you are thinking about in your heart. But I really don't know if you are smart or stupid. Let me ask you, when did you know that the book of fantasy fairies 6 Rens I got was fake?" Yu Shu still did not speak. "Even if you don't say it, I know that you only found out about this after Jingchen left." "Hee, then why don't you take a guess? When did Yunhua tell this to his precious son?" Yu Shu suddenly raised her head and said coldly, "Just say what you want to say." Zhu Muzhao's eyes flickered as he said, "Yunhua set up a trap that day for the sake of taking Shui Rui away. There must be another reason why he values this son of his so much. Even though I can't figure out the reason, there's one thing I can be sure of, and that's that he wants to rebel. They even deceived you in order to make me relax my vigilance. I thought that after I obtained the Book of Mystic Fairies 6 Rens and firmly grasped you and Jing Qin in the palm of my hand, I would be able to rest easy. That was why I persuaded His Majesty to disregard the Shui family's evil intentions and choose Lu Tan as the crown prince. If he had known that the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens was fake, he would not have let Lu Tan take the throne. Yunhua, and perhaps Shui Rui would be included as well. This father and son pair should have expected this a long time ago, which was why they excluded Yu Shu, who was one of them, and included them in their calculations. He explained the reason so clearly that it was impossible for Yu Shu not to understand. Her expression changed again and again. She clenched her fists under the table, but she could not refute his words. Zhu Muzhao looked at her forbearing expression with satisfaction and changed the topic. Women, since ancient times, have always been victims of the desire for power. A man's promise is just a whim, and in the blink of an eye, it becomes smoke. You are a rare intelligent woman in this world. Don't lose your mind because of love and you will waste the opportunity given to you by God. He turned his head and pointed to the crowd downstairs, saying, "This tea house is a property under my name. There are many places like this in Anling City. It's the same in the world. I can make you the respected messenger Miaoling or make you a laughing stock with just a thought. If one day you have such an ability, who would be able to make use of you?" Yu Shu's breathing stopped for a moment and then became heavy. Zhu Muzhao turned around and gave her a smile. He said like an elder who cared about her, "Ming Luo, come with me to Huazhen Garden to meet His Majesty and explain everything clearly. I will exonerate you. You must work hard. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it depends on how you choose." After that, he asked someone to send Yu Shu out. Yu Shu walked out of the tea house with a gloomy expression and sat on the palanquin. The moment she pulled down the curtains, she slowly spat out a mouthful of foul air, and then she curled her lips and sneered. How could the relationship between her and Shui Rui be instigated by others? Chapter 781. On the 6th of May, Yu Shu blended into the large team of worshipping ancestors and set off from the capital to Huazhen Garden. In order to deceive people, the prefect gave her the position of a ceremonial supervisor, which meant that she didn't have to do anything serious but was in charge of nitpicking. They arrived in the evening, but there was some trouble in arranging accommodation. Normally, Yu Shu was an official of the Celestial Commissioner, so she should stay with several colleagues. However, all the Celestial Commissioner's team were men, and she was the only female official. They stayed together in pairs, so she was ignored. When everyone packed up for dinner, no one found a place for her to stay. There were so many nobles in the garden who needed to flatter and serve them, so no one cared about her. Yu Shu knew that it was not a solution to wait like this, so she could only go to the prefect. He brought her here, so he couldn't let her sleep on the floor. However, she didn't go far in the garden and unexpectedly met Lu Tan. Oh yes, she should call him Crown Prince now. At the corner of the corridor, the Crown Prince was surrounded by people and came over. A row of lanterns under the eaves shone brightly. Yu Shu saw a yellow robe in front of her and quickly stepped back to the side of the aisle. After hesitating for a moment, she bowed to him. At first, the Crown Prince did not notice her. He only glanced at her inattentively and saw that she was wearing a gray leather hat. After walking over, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look. The group of people behind him also stopped. Yu Shu. Yu Shu pursed her lips and looked up. "Your Highness, it's me." In the past, when Lu Tan hadn't become the Crown Prince, he would always call her Lianfang. He was very amiable and approachable. But after a lapse of only 3 months, he had changed to calling her by her name. It was because he was not the same as before, and also because Shui Rui had disappeared, so he didn't need to draw her to his side anymore. The Crown Prince's eyes fell on her plain face. He smiled slightly. I almost didn't recognize you. Why are you here? Yushu figured out his current state of mind and replied respectfully, I am the supervisor of ceremonies for this year's ancestral worship ceremony. The Crown Prince nodded. He looked down and saw the bundle hanging on her arm. The corner of his mouth raised again. Is there not enough room? Yushu could only awkwardly admit it. He turned his head and ordered a steward behind him, take official Yu to a more spacious place to stay. The eunuch nodded his head and bowed as he walked out to show her the way. Thank you, Your Highness. The Crown Prince waved his hand, turned around, and hurriedly left with his men. This year, the Qing Emperor could not make an appearance at the ancestral worship ceremony, so he would host it instead. How could he not take advantage of such a rare opportunity? With so many things to do, him stopping to say a few words to Yushu was already giving her a lot of face. Yushu watched as he was escorted away. Her expression did not change at all. She turned her head and cupped her hands at the unknown eunuch. Thank you, eunuch. No problem, no problem. Official Yu, let me carry your things for you. In the end, this eunuch led her around the garden for an hour but still couldn't find a suitable place to put her. In the end, it was Yushu who thought of the small courtyard she had stayed in last year when she was a vessel bearer. She looked all the way there. It was a courtyard with a front courtyard and a back courtyard. There were 6 rooms in total. When Yushu came over, the vessel bearers had already chosen their rooms to stay in. Xian Lu was very surprised to see her here and was about to jump over in joy. He was pinned to the spot by Yushu's gaze. With a fierce expression, he said to the group of boys and girls, I am this year's supervisor of ceremonies. I will live with you all these days and supervise your etiquette. You better not cause trouble under my eyes. If I kick you out, I don't care which family you are from. Yushu's reputation was well known. The people in Taisher's study all knew who she was. In addition, there was a chief eunuch carrying a bag behind her. With just a few words, they were all subdued. Then, she naturally let the 2 girls stay in the same room and gave her a room to herself. Don't ask why she didn't just stay with Xian Lu. What dignity would there be? Zhu Muzhao walked out of Emperor Zhao Qing's bedroom with his hands behind his back. He walked down the steps alone. The palace maids and eunuchs who were guarding along the way bowed to him to send him off. He walked away without looking sideways. When he reached the long door, Ren Qiming was already waiting there. Taishu, Ren Qiming lowered his head and followed behind him. He asked softly, has the emperor woken up? Zhu Muzhao shook his head and gave a short sigh. The emperor's health was deteriorating day by day and had already reached the point where his illness was beyond cure. A while ago, he was still clear-headed for a moment and a half every day and was able to say a few words to other people, but these 2 days, it was difficult for him to even wake up. He could only surround the temporary imperial residence tightly and temporarily prevent the news from leaking. He had to at least get through the ancestral worship ceremony. Lu Tan had gotten a great bargain this time. If he hadn't been tricked by Yunhua, he wouldn't have had the chance to become the crown prince. The crown prince came just now, but I sent him away. Zhu Muzhao was worried and warned him, keep a close eye on him these 2 days. Find more things for him to do. Don't let him come here. Ren Qiming nodded and said, the imperial envoy that was sent to Ningdong City to denounce the crime has not sent back any news. I did a divination last night, and it was all ominous. What I want is an ominous omen, Zhu Muzhao said to himself. Shui Lingnan will never think that Tsing Minji is one of us. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tsing Minji, was the imperial envoy personally appointed by the crown prince. As they spoke, the 2 of them returned to Mingyu Tower by the lake. This was where the great advisor stayed. It was also the best place to view the entire Huajian garden. In comparison, although the Crown Prince's Mianxiu garden was the most spacious and grand, it was not as comfortable and pleasant as this place. After dinner, Zhu Muzhao remembered Yu Shu. He asked Dai Chang, the black-robed guard who was in charge of watching them, "Where is she?" Dai Chang reported Yu Shu's every move after she entered the garden. When Zhu Muzhao heard that she had actually shamelessly ran to fight for the room with the person holding the instrument, he couldn't help but laugh. She is very adaptable. Although he sent someone to watch her, he didn't let anyone make things convenient for her. He wanted her to suffer. He didn't expect that she didn't suffer at all. This wouldn't do. He had to find another opportunity to grind her temper. He had to make her beg him. During the day, people from the Ministry of Rites came to teach the 6 people holding the instrument basic etiquette. Yu Shu had someone bring a reclining chair from the reception hall to a shady spot under the corridor. She brewed a pot of tea and compared it to the others who were holding heavy bronze instruments and basking in the sun. She felt very comfortable. Xian Lu's resentful eyes floated over from time to time, but Yu Shu pretended not to see it. The air in Huazhen Garden was very good, especially in the morning. The sun was bright and the air was fresh. After taking a few breaths, one would feel refreshed and refreshed. No wonder the emperor moved here to recuperate. Official Yu. Official Wang of the Ministry of Rites wandered over to Yu Shu's side and greeted her with a smile. At this time last year, he was also in charge of teaching the people holding the instrument. He and Yu Shu had some friendship, so she stood up and offered her seat. Official Wang waved his hand and sat down on the stone slab to the side. He looked at the people with her. Time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. Yu Shu nodded and also felt a bit emotional. At that time, I was the same as them and suffered a lot. Official Wang looked at the young people who began to stagger after standing for a while and shook his head. They don't have your steadiness. The descendants of the Yi Shui family are getting worse with each generation. Yu Shu deeply agreed. The two chatted and the morning passed by without them noticing. The young people from the aristocratic families were so tired that they were sweating profusely and couldn't even lift their hands. During lunch, everyone sat at the same table. A bold youth complained to Yu Shu, "I really don't understand. Isn't it just holding something? Do they need to practice so hard? Official Wang is clearly deliberately making things difficult for us. Help us talk to them and don't make us stand stupidly in the afternoon." Yes, help us talk to them. The others all agreed. Only Xian Lu buried his head in eating and didn't join in. Yu Shu swept her gaze across them and put down her bowl and chopsticks. She said to them, "Okay, I'll help you talk to them. Is there anyone who doesn't want to practice because of the suffering?" Me. And me. 4 people stood up at once, 2 men and 2 women. Only Xian Lu and a boy who was hesitating and not moving was left. They saw Yu Shu smile at them. She suddenly pulled a long face and pointed at the door of the dining hall. She said in a low voice, "The 4 of you, get out. There's no need to eat. All of you stand in the yard. When Official Wang comes, I will help you ask for mercy and let you all go home and not suffer." The 4 were all dumbfounded. Xian Lu lowered his head and laughed. He thought to himself, this group of idiots, did they think that the Lotus Room was easy to talk to? What are you standing there for? Get out. Yu Shu frowned and scolded them, scaring them. They pushed and shoved out the door and obediently went to stand under the sun as punishment. They couldn't be blamed for being timid. In reality, Yu Shu's words were the law in Kunling Agency. With the prestige she had accumulated over the past year, who wouldn't be afraid when she put on a stern face? When everyone had gone out, Xian Lu snorted. An opportunity that others yearn for but can't get, and they snatched it effortlessly. They deserve it. The remaining man luckily escaped and didn't dare to argue. He copied Axion Lu's behavior just now and buried his head in his food, trying to pretend that he didn't exist. The four people stood outside for the entire afternoon and finally waited for Official Wang to come. In turn, they wanted Official Wang to help them plead with Yushu. Official Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He found Yushu, who was taking an afternoon nap in her room. After asking about the situation, he scolded them with a stern face. He first let them go back to their rooms to drink water and rest for an hour. When it was cooler in the afternoon, he let them come out to practice the formation. None of them were sloppy or disobedient. Like this, 2 days passed. On the afternoon of the third day, Official Wang seemed to suddenly remember that there was a person called Yushu and sent someone to find her. Yushu straightened her clothes and was brought to Mingyu. Zhu Muzhao saw that she was wearing casual clothes and slightly frowned. "Why didn't you say to change your clothes?" "Forget it, it's too late. Let's go." Yushu followed him in a daze. Halfway there, she suddenly realized that he was taking her to see the emperor. She quickly made a draft in her mind, thinking about what to say when she saw the emperor. How to explain that the fairy woman's Lu Rin book was fake. Official Wang didn't specifically warn her, so he wanted her to speak the truth. But if she spoke the truth, wouldn't the emperor take his anger out on her? Or would he slap her on the head again? Zhu Muzhao turned his head to look at her. Feeling her nervousness, he said, "Don't be afraid. When you see the emperor, just answer whatever he asks you." Yushu nodded and the uneasiness in her heart disappeared a bit. From the southern courtyard to the northern courtyard, they arrived outside the temporary imperial residence. There were imperial guards on both sides of the road. The palace maids and eunuchs standing side by side in the corridor were like statues. The surroundings were gloomy. Yushu felt depressed and unconsciously lightened her footsteps. She followed behind Zhu Muzhao and entered the bedchamber unimpeded. She smelled a pungent scent. She furrowed her brows and quietly raised her head to look at the layers of curtains not far away. She knew that Emperor Zhao Qing was behind them. "Wait." Zhu Muzhao turned his head and spoke to her. He walked forward alone. The expressionless palace maid lifted the curtains to let him in. Without waiting for Yushu's gaze to look inside, she lowered the curtains again. "Emperor, it's this subject." She heard Zhu Muzhao speak in a low voice and then there was a rustling sound. She pricked up her ears and could tell that it was Emperor Zhao Qing's voice, but she couldn't clearly hear what he was saying. "Yes, this subject knows. You don't have to worry. Everything has been arranged. Yes, this subject has brought her here." Zhu Muzhao replied softly and then there was another rustling sound. This time, he was silent for a while before he spoke to the outside of the curtains. "You knew, His Majesty is asking you if the death judgment technique can calculate the date of his death." Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She knelt down without thinking. The emperor didn't mention this to her on the way here. How was she supposed to answer? Separated by a few curtains, she couldn't see the expression of the person behind the curtains. Should she say yes or no? "You knew, His Majesty is asking you a question," Zhu Muzhao urged. Yushu gritted her teeth and bowed to answer, "This subject is incompetent. Please forgive me, His Majesty." There was a dead silence behind the curtains. Just when Yushu thought that Emperor Zhao Qing would ask someone to drag her out if she answered wrongly, Zhu Muzhao spoke, "His Majesty, you are the Son of Heaven. You bear the mandate of heaven. She is just a mortal. How would she dare to recklessly calculate your lifespan? Please don't make things difficult for her." After he finished speaking, Yushu seemed to hear a weak sigh. Emperor Zhao Qing didn't say anything else. Zhu Muzhao stayed inside for a while longer before he quietly retreated out. When he turned around, he saw her kneeling on the ground and staring at him. He raised his hand and signaled for her to follow him out. Yushu secretly patted her chest to calm down. She was secretly puzzled. She originally had a stomach full of words, but she couldn't express them. She didn't know if Emperor Zhao Qing was muddle-headed from his illness or if the emperor had pleaded on her behalf before, but he actually didn't ask her about the whereabouts of Yunhua and the Book of Mystery Women. "You were quite clever just now." Zhu Muzhao suddenly praised her when he left the temporary imperial residence. Without waiting for Yushu to say a few words of modesty, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at her. He said faintly, "His Majesty's death will be in a few days. Do you know what this means?" She was stunned. She opened her mouth, but what she heard was his voice. "When the former emperor dies, the new emperor succeeds." Chapter 782. On the day of the ancestral worship ceremony, early in the morning, 6 people carrying the ritual implement set off with the personnel of the Ministry of Rites, leaving Yushu alone. She thought that there was nothing left for her to do. Who knew that not long after, a black-robed guard was sent to pick her up and send her to the imperial mausoleum on a fast horse. This was the second time that Yushu had entered the imperial mausoleum, but she did not take the same path. The black-robed guard wrapped her tightly from head to toe with a long cloak, carried her through the cemetery, and put her down in front of the entrance of a tomb. Yushu was so dizzy that she did not see clearly that he pressed back and forth on the stone door a few times. With a gentle push, the door of the tomb was pushed open. Under her surprised gaze, he carried her on his shoulder again, covered her mouth with one hand, and jumped down into the dark tomb. Yushu was completely defenseless. She only felt her body continuously falling, the wind rushing into her ears, and her heart beating in her throat. If her mouth had not been covered, she would have screamed her throat out. When her feet landed on the ground, both of her legs were weak. She pulled off her cloak and retched a few times. Then, she was pushed by the black-robed guard by the shoulder and stumbled forward. This was a narrow secret passage, and she did not know where it led. The walls were embedded with glowing green stones, and she could barely see the path under her feet. It was eerie and a little scary. Yushu silently counted to 120 steps, and finally, a small door that was half the height of a person appeared in front of her. The black-robed guard who led the way passed her and opened the door. Then, he leaned sideways against the wall and signaled for her to go in alone. She shook her head as she stepped back. She felt a little creeped out. She always felt that once she went in, she would not be able to come out. The two of them stared at each other for a while. Suddenly, they heard the voice of the black-robed guard coming from inside. "It's the Lotus House, right? Come in." Yushu had nowhere to retreat, so she could only bite the bullet and enter through the small door. When she raised her head and saw the scene in front of her, she was instantly dazzled. This was a natural cave, and there were countless holes in the sky. Rays of sunlight shone down from the outside of the cave, and the densely packed golden halos were extremely dazzling. The uneven stone walls flickered with colorful rays of light, and there were countless gems embedded in the stones. A purple figure stood under the tall stone wall, bathed in the light, and looked like a dream or fantasy. Zhu Muzhao was dressed in a royal robe with a purple robe and golden shoes. He wore a flawless white cloud crown on his neck. He looked like a celestial being. He gestured for her to come to his side. "Come forward. Today, I will tell you a few secrets of the dynasty." When Yushu heard this, she immediately became suspicious. Why would he tell her the secrets of Dan out of nowhere? Although it was strange, she was not stupid enough to refuse to listen. She looked around and asked him, "What is this place?" Zhu Muzhao spread out his hands and showed her this mysterious place. "This place is the origin of the Dan dragon vein." Yushu was suddenly shocked. She turned to look at him and stammered, dragon vein. Those who learned the Book of Changes knew that the dragon vein of a country was the fate of the country. Whether it was the prosperity or the decline of the country, it was closely related to the dragon vein. In other words, the origin of the dragon vein was the lifeline of a country. The origin of the Dan dynasty's dragon vein was actually buried at the foot of the imperial tombs. Zhu Muzhao had a smile on his face, as if he was very satisfied with her shocked expression. He raised his hand and pointed to the wall of gems opposite him. He said to her, "Separated by this wall, is the tomb where Divine Ancestor and Empress Ningzhen were buried together. More than 200 years ago, Empress Ningzhen passed away. Divine Ancestor followed her wishes and buried the 6 founding instruments with her." Yushu's heart could not help but race. She stared at the high wall and said hesitantly, "Since the 6 instruments were buried with her, why was the Book of Mystery made in 6 rens preserved? Oh, and the 7 stars on the 7-star ruler. How could it be dug out by someone?" Zhu Muzhao glanced at her and said, "Didn't Yunhua tell you? The Book of Mystery made in 6 rens was taken out by an emperor after he opened the coffin." Yushu was speechless. It turned out that Yunhua was telling the truth. The descendants of Emperor Anwu and Empress Ningzhen dug up their ancestors' graves in order to use the Book of Mystery made in 6 rens to control the world. "Isn't this treason?" she muttered softly, but it did not escape his ears. "What is treason? Tell me." She curled her lips and said, "Empress Ningzhen knew that using the Tai Bone of Destiny was against the harmony of heaven. That was why she begged the sacred ancestor to bury the 6 instruments with her. The descendants were unfilial, so they obeyed on the surface but disobeyed in secret. I guess the emperor who ordered to open the coffin and take out the book must be a muddle-headed and incompetent person. He could not govern the country well, so he set his eyes on the Book of Mystery made in 6 rens." Zhu Muzhao shook his head and said, "You are exactly wrong. The late emperor who opened the coffin and took out the book was a famous virtuous ruler in the history of our dynasty. Under his rule for more than 10 years, the people did not close their doors at night and did not pick up their belongings on the road. Even during the 3-year drought in Lu, there was not a single person who starved to death. Can you say that he was muddle-headed?" Yushu was speechless. Then why did he still use the Book of Mystery made in 6 rens? With a book in hand, the world can be at peace, the country can be prosperous, and the people can be at peace. Why did he abandon it? Was it because he was afraid of the infamy of treason? Zhu Muzhao said firmly. It was such a simple and crude logic, but it was hard for her to refute. That's right, using a baby skeleton as a divination tool is against the harmony of the heavens. But have you ever thought about it? Sacrificing one person to save the world, what kind of merit is this? It's not like you're killing your own flesh and blood. Of course you're willing to do it. Zhu Muzhao said in a deep voice, "If you want to take my son's life, to ensure the world's peace, I will gladly endure it." Yushu was really speechless this time. She finally understood that the main point was that he was a rational madman. Wasn't it crazy for her to talk about feelings and human nature with him? Zhu Muzhao could see that she was somewhat disapproving, so he did not try to brainwash her again. Instead, he brought her to the other side of the painting. At the corner of the wall, there was a small pool made of round stones. The pool was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. This is the Netherworld pool. The pool contains the water of the underworld. Every 9th of May, on the death anniversary of the Xingzhu, the dragon vein will be triggered. The great calamity can take the opportunity to see the person who broke his life in the water mirror. Last year at this time, Jing Qin knew that you were the person who broke his life here. Yushu looked down curiously and reached out to grab the water. She heard Zhu Muzhao saying coldly, "The water of the underworld is highly toxic, do not play with it." She quickly retracted her hand and took 2 steps back. She pointed at the pool with lingering fear and said, "How can there be water of the underworld in the human world? Isn't that something that only exists in the stories of gods and ghosts?" Zhu Muzhao said, "The origin of Empress Ningjin is a mystery. The dragon vein here was created by her, along with the 6 weapons that founded the country. There is no record of where she came from in history." Yu Shu's eyes sparkled. She was very interested in the topic of Empress Ningjin. She just pricked up her ears, but he didn't continue. Instead, he told her another story. 100 years ago, when Emperor Shizong was still on the throne, the previous Destiny Grand Bone had already lost its effectiveness after 100 years. This generation's great calamity was born, and it just so happened that it was one of his princes. In the end, the person that this prince found to destroy his destiny was actually a female general with many military achievements. The female general was the only daughter of a general. When the prince was young, he was apprenticed to the general to learn martial arts. He and the female general were childhood sweethearts. It was not until the prince turned 20 that he learned that he was the great calamity and saw the person who broke his life in the water mirror of the underworld. At that time, the female general had already followed her father to battle and became famous on the battlefield. Emperor Shizong arranged a marriage between them and they became husband and wife. When Yu Shu heard the beginning, she guessed that this was definitely a tragedy. Sure enough, he continued to say, after their marriage, they gave birth to a son. At that time, the great diviner who was in office used the excuse that he predicted that the child would be unlucky and took him away. He claimed that he would send the child to the Taoist temple in Mount Longhu to be raised, but the couple opposed it. The prince somehow learned about the secret of the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 ren and wanted to escape the capital with the female general and the child. However, they were discovered by the great diviner and were captured in advance. The female general was put in the prison of the Ministry of Justice and the prince was imprisoned in the imperial court. Unexpectedly, the prince faked his death and escaped. He gathered a group of men of sacrifice and went to the Ministry of Justice to break the prison and rescue the female general. Yu Shu asked nervously, "Did they escape in the end?" Zhu Muzhao shook his head and sighed. Emperor Shizong sent troops to chase after them and killed dozens of men of sacrifice along the way. Blood flowed everywhere. The couple panicked and ran into the imperial mausoleum in the eastern suburbs. Fortunately, they fell into a tunnel and found this place. At that time, the 6 weapons of the founding dynasty were enshrined here. Except for the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 ren, which was in the hands of the great diviner, the Chunjun sword was invincible. The female general was so skilled in martial arts that she broke the secret chamber with her sword and escaped with the prince. However, she mistakenly drank the yellow spring water from the Netherworld pond and was poisoned on the way. When the troops caught up with them, they only found the female general's corpse and the prince was missing with the Chunjun sword. After listening to this true story, Yu Shu felt very depressed. She had heard Jing Chen mention this prince who stole the Chunjun sword before. At that time, they didn't know that he was the previous generation's great calamity. As for the female general, Shui Rui also told her about her legend. She didn't expect that the people in the 2 stories would be a complete tragedy. That prince went to Mount Longhu to live in seclusion, she murmured. Later, before he died, he entrusted the Chunjun sword to the Taoist faction, which is also Jing Chen's faction, and asked them to send the sword back after his death, right? She faintly felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. If only it was that simple. Zhu Muzhao looked at her with a mocking expression. If you were the one who lost your wife and son because of the imperial court, would you let go of your hatred and repent? You wouldn't, he wouldn't, and there's also Yunhua. All of you have a common characteristic, which is that you are used to being emotional. Yu Shu didn't deny what he said. In fact, when I found out that Yunhua had a treasure called Zhuge Tong, I should have guessed his origin. Zhu Muzhao said something that made her shudder. He must have a close relationship with the missing prince. They might be master and disciple, or they might be father and son. Yu Shu's breathing stopped. She tried her best not to show a shocked expression, but she made herself look a little surprised. How could that be? Wasn't that prince 100 years ago? If he was still alive, he would be more than 100 years old now. I can't be sure if he's still alive. Zhu Muzhao's expression was cold. But I can be sure that Yunhua has something to do with him. Yunhua's Zhuge pupils and the 7-star stones worn by the emperor can also prevent Teacher Yi from spying on them. In fact, they are the 7-star stones that were stripped from the 7-star ruler that the prince who betrayed him brought away from this place. Chapter 783. Alliance Master, please add more chapters. Which lord do you owe this? Please add more chapters. Taoist Qingzheng was the great disaster of the previous generation. It took Yushu a lot of effort to digest this incredible fact, and then she found the problem in it. She stole a glance at Zhu Muzhao's expression and said doubtfully, "Then I don't understand. By right, Yunhua's purpose is to destroy the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens. You mean that this is all instigated by the old prince, right? But the Chun Jun sword was clearly in his hands. Why did he return it to the sect, instead of simply leaving it to Yunhua? In that case, after Yunhua stole the Book of Mystery Fairy, he could have destroyed it directly, right?" Zhu Muzhao's eyes flashed, and he looked at her sideways, hesitating whether to say it or not. In fact, I suspect that the Chun Jun sword returned by Dragon Tiger Mountain is also fake. And he is likely to use the same trick again, faking his death to escape, and using a fake sword to return to the imperial court, so that those who know about it will think that he is really dead. There were too many surprises, and Yushu was already numb. But his suspicion was very reasonable. This seemed like something that old man Qingzheng would do. She turned her head and thought for a while, and roughly guessed the whole story. About 100 years ago, Qingzheng and the female general had narrowly escaped from an imperial mausoleum. One had been poisoned to death, while the other had fled in a sorry state. Their child had been made into a set of Tai Bone of Destiny and had unfortunately died. Qingzheng carried a blood feud and escaped to Dragon Tiger Mountain to seek Taoism. After he succeeded, he faked his death to escape, and started his path of revenge. It was very likely that the female general made him swear before she died that he would never step into Enling Mountain again. So he adopted Yunhua, taught him all his skills, and created a genius. Then he sent Yunhua to the capital to find the Book of Mystery Fairy. For some unknown reason, Qingzheng did not hand over the Chun Jun sword to Yunhua. Who knew that Yunhua would end up stealing the Book of Mystic Fairy Lu Ren and end up being separated from his family and disappeared from then on? In order to cover up the truth, the imperial court spread rumors about Yunhua and Princess Liyue. Because Yunhua had brought Zhuge Tong with him, Qingzheng could not divine his whereabouts, let alone know that the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens was in his hands. Yunhua, on the other hand, did not know how to face Qingzheng, who was like a father to him because he had caused the deaths of his 2 wives. He did not take the initiative to go back to him. After 20 years, Qingzheng calculated that the Life Destroyer was about to be born, so he waited in Yang City. He found her at the first moment and took her as his disciple. After teaching her some life-saving skills, he let her go to the capital to find the Book of Mystic Nyu Luren. However, because he couldn't trust her completely, he didn't tell her about the Chun Jun sword. That was the whole story. Yushu felt that she was very close to the truth. Now, perhaps even Diti was not as clear as she was. You can't tell whether the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens is real or fake. Can't you tell whether the Chun Jun sword is real or fake? Zhu Muzhao heard a hint of sarcasm in her words, but his expression did not change. He said, as early as when the 6 vessels were buried, their secrets were brought into Empress Ningzhen's coffin. The Celestial Commissioner did keep some records, but it was not complete. Then, Yunhua said that the teachings of the Holy Ancestors and the Tai Gu deity's lesson on the back of the Book of Mystic Fairy were added by the later emperor without authorization. Is that true? Yes, the contents on the back of the Book of Mystic Fairy were all engraved with the Chunjun sword. Zhu Muzhao admitted it openly. Yu Shu said with a strange expression, then when Yunhua questioned you in the Ascending Cloud Temple, you still pretended not to know. These old guys were really good at acting. They deceived her until she was dizzy, and it was difficult to tell the truth from the lies. My path is different from his, so I naturally oppose him. Zhu Muzhao flicked his sleeves and took a few steps to the side. He pointed at the long groove of the stone tablet on the ground and said to her, "Do you know what this is?" Yu Shu shook her head, pretending that she did not know. Zhu Muzhao smiled mysteriously and tempted her. "Do you want to know how to activate the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 rens?" Yu Shu heard her heartbeat slow down for half a beat, and then suddenly accelerated. "Come here, let me tell you." Zhu Muzhao waved at her, and he did not even consider that she would reject him. He pointed at the groove of the stone tablet and continued to explain. This stone tablet is engraved with 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. The first sentence on the Tai Gu deity's lesson is Wuji gives birth to Tai Chi. Place the destiny Tai Chi in this groove, and it corresponds to the heavenly stems and earthly branches, which is the birth of Wuji. Then, place it and take the number. To put it simply, it is to use the Tai Gu deity's lesson to decipher the destiny Tai Chi, and then use the number obtained from the destiny Tai Chi to interpret the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 rens. The entire 6 rens heaven book has a total of 2,916 words, and every word hides a mystery with endless changes. There was no teacher in this world who could resist the charm of the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 rens. If there was, then he was definitely not standing in this magical place where she was now. In the afternoon, Yu Shu returned to Huazhen Garden. She still felt like she was in a dream and her feet were floating. She finally understood why all the major advancements in the past were inseparable from the Book of Mystic Maiden's 6 rens. It was because mastering it was tantamount to mastering one's destiny. Master Yi's highest realm was knowing fortune and misfortune, determining life and death. On the other hand, the Book of Mystic Maiden's 6 rens could make even the most untalented Master Yi omniscient. From when and where floods and droughts would occur, to how many puppies the female dog of the Wang family next door would give birth to, there was nothing in the world that could not be calculated. Its only shortcoming was that it could only be opened on the 9th day of the 5th month, and every time it opened, it could only be counted as an epoch. An epoch was 12 years. As for the heavens will grand bone, it would slowly lose its effect over time and would disappear in at most 100 years. This explained why it was often impossible to predict the candidates for the next crown prince after the first crown prince. Zhu Muzhao encountered the change of 100 years and also lost the Book of Mystic Maiden's 6 rens. He could be said to be the most unlucky major advancements in history. Yu Shu was lying on the bed meditating when she heard a knock on the door. Xan Lu and the others had returned. She got up and opened the door. Xan Lu entered the room and fell on her bed, looking exhausted. "Phew, I thought I was going to die. Lotus Room, come and massage my shoulders." Yu Shu smiled and followed her. She reached out and pressed her shoulders. Before she could rub twice, she heard her moaning, it hurts so much. Be gentle. I went through this last year too. Just bear with it." She pressed her shoulders again and did not reduce her strength at all. Ouch! Xan Lu suddenly turned over to avoid her evil claws and shrank to the corner of the bed. Forget it. Spare me." She hugged the pillow and looked at her pitifully. "If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. Today in the Imperial Mausoleum, I almost fainted from the heat." "Smell it, don't you smell sweaty?" Yu Shu thought, how would you know that I also went to the Imperial Mausoleum today? I was so scared that I broke out in a sweat. The two talked for a while. Yu Shu went to pour water for Xan Lu. When she came back, she lay on her bed and snored. She did not wake her up again. She took off her shoes and covered her with a thin quilt. She shook her head and went out. When Yushu came to the courtyard, she found that the atmosphere was not right. There were 2 guards standing outside the moon gate. When they saw her coming to the door, they reached out and stopped her. They said with a stern face, "Miss, please go back. The Crown Prince has ordered the whole garden to be sealed. No one is allowed to enter or leave without permission." Yushu thought, "Oh no. Did Emperor Xiaoqing kick the bucket?" So she asked in a good voice what happened, but she could not get a word out. She could only return to the courtyard. First, she called the students of LoveLore Library together and told them not to run out. Everyone knew that something had happened, so they were very nervous. They did not complain about being tired or sleepy. They all gathered in Yushu's room and anxiously waited for news. Although these children of aristocratic families looked good but were useless, they must have been taught by their elders before they came. That was why they were so nervous when something happened in the garden. They waited like this until midnight. The guards at the gate left without saying a word. The curfew in the garden was lifted. Yushu thought for a while and decided not to let them go out. She stayed in the yard until the eunuch from the kitchen brought food. She stuffed some silver into his mouth and took the opportunity to inquire about some things. She only knew that during the day, an assassin had sneaked into the temporary imperial residence of the emperor and killed a palace maid. When the crown prince heard about this after returning from the ancestral worship, he ordered the garden to be sealed. She did not know if the assassin had been caught. In short, that night, everyone in Huajian Garden was in danger and many people did not sleep. After the ancestral worship ceremony, the emperor's temporary imperial residence was first attacked by an assassin. Then, the crown prince rushed back to protect the emperor. After one night, the rumor that Emperor Xiaoqing was critically ill appeared out of nowhere. At dawn, more than a dozen officials knelt outside the temporary imperial residence. Zhu Muzhao knew that he could not hide it anymore. He looked at the solemn crown prince beside him and told everyone that the emperor had been in a coma for a long time. Everyone could understand that Emperor Xiaoqing clearly did not have much time left. The officials mourned and many people immediately cried. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the sleeping palace. Seeing that the situation was about to become chaotic, the crown prince stood up and said, "I can empathize with your heartache, but Father Emperor is still unconscious and should not be disturbed. All of you can leave first. I will stay here in your place until Father Emperor recovers." Only then did everyone leave under the crown prince's persuasion. Zhu Muzhao looked at this scene coldly and did not intervene. When everyone had left, the crown prince turned to him and said seriously, "Father is critically ill. I should stay by his bedside to show my filial piety. As the person most trusted by Father, why don't you stay with me in Huajian Garden and wait for Father to wake up?" Zhu Muzhao nodded, "Your Highness is right." So that day, more than half of the people in Huajian Garden left, but the crown prince and the crown prince stayed and waited by Emperor Xiaoqing's bedside. On the way back, Yushu sat in the same carriage with Xian Lu. The other boys and girls in the carriage were not as excited as they were when they came. They were still immersed in the tense and depressing atmosphere of Huajian Garden and could not calm down. Back in the capital, Yushu changed to a carriage and returned to the Celestial Commissioner. She sat in her own sedan in front of the door and went home. The family knew that she would come back today and were waiting for her to eat dinner. The maids of the North Xiang Palace prepared hot water. As soon as she returned to the courtyard, several people surrounded her to help her change and bathe. After a quick bath, Yushu fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. She forgot to ask if anything happened while she was away. Early in the morning, she was woken up by the noise outside. She covered her forehead and sat up. She was angry when she woke up. She lowered her voice and shouted, "Who is making noise outside?" The response was a loud shout, "Lotus Room, come out quickly." Yu Shu frowned. Why did she hear a man's voice? She put on her clothes and walked out. When she opened the door, she saw a group of people standing in her courtyard. The one trapped in the middle was Feng Xiaomiao, who had just shouted. Yundo angrily came forward to complain, "Miss, this person is so bold. He actually injured the guards in the front yard and broke in." When Feng Xiaomiao saw Yu Shu, he pushed away the guard who was pulling him and shouted at her anxiously, "Why are you still sleeping?" "I'm worried to death." In order to win over Zhou Yede, Prime Minister Xue secretly arranged a marriage for Jinchuan's younger sister. He wants her to marry Zhou Nye, that beast with a human face. Today is the day she will marry into the family. You quickly follow me to rob the bridal sedan chair. We must not let her jump into the fire pit, otherwise, how can we face Brother Rui? When Yu Shu heard this, she instantly woke up. She turned around and went back to her room. After a while, she changed into light clothes and came out. She didn't have time to comb her hair. She just tied a round bun at the back of her head with a hairpin. She wore a pair of boots and followed Feng Xiaomiao outside. At the same time, she ordered Zhou Hu, who heard the news and ran to the backyard. Chapter 784. Yu Shu had heard Xue Rui mention Xue Jinchuan's marriage once. As early as last year, Xue Lingnan had intended to betroth little sister Xue to Zhou Nye, the youngest son of Zhou Yede, the commander-in-chief of the Jin Wu Guards. The two families sent a marriage card to the Kunling Bureau, but she rejected it. She had also heard a little about this Zhou Nye. It was said that he and Yin Yuanbo were jackals of the same tribe. They bullied men and women, and were lustful and even worse. They relied on his father to do a lot of evil. Little sister Xue also looked like a fool. The rest of her life would be ruined if she married such a scourge. Before Yu Shu and Xue Rui parted, he didn't mention that he wanted her to help him take care of his mother and sister, but how could she not know that he was worried about her? He didn't want to burden her anymore, so he didn't mention it, but she couldn't ignore it. When Yu Shu and Feng Xiaomiao arrived at Prime Minister Xue's mansion, the wedding procession had already left. The red flowers on the ground smelled of gunpowder, and the red silk wedding knot hanging in front of the door was bright and dazzling. There were only a few passers-by on the street. Oh no, they sent the bride away. Feng Xiaomiao slapped his thigh. If the bride really entered her husband's house, it would be too late to break off the marriage. Chase. Yu Shu turned around and rode the horse. She didn't need him to lead the way. The red flowers scattered along the way showed her the direction. Feng Xiaomiao followed closely, followed by Lu Hong and Su Qing, leaving the guards of the Yu residence far behind. The Zhou residence was in the north of the city, not too far from the Prime Minister's mansion. The wedding procession didn't circle around the street to show off the dowry, but directly carried the sedan chair to the gate of the Zhou residence. The fat and strong groom dismounted from the horse with a grin and kicked the sedan chair door. The matchmaker quickly opened the curtain and said a series of auspicious words. She stretched out her hand and half dragged the trembling little bride off the sedan chair. She handed the other end of the red silk in her hand to the groom. Zhou Nye grabbed the wedding silk and looked down at his thin bride. He suddenly frowned and became suspicious. The eldest son of the Xue family was incomparably handsome. How could his sister, who came from the same mother, not be a big beauty with long breasts and thighs? Why are they so dry? They don't even look like the chicks in the restaurant. When his father coaxed him to get married, he told him that the third daughter of the Xue family was as beautiful as a flower. Only then did he agree. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. His face quickly darkened. He felt that he had been deceived. He looked at Xue Jinchuan, who was wearing a wedding handkerchief on her head, and his eyes became unkind. Regardless of the fact that they were still outside the door, he reached out to lift the wedding handkerchief to see what her face looked like. Wait! An angry roar rang out. Zhou Nie's hand slipped and he did not manage to pull off the wedding handkerchief. Hearing the voice, he turned his head and saw a person riding a horse charging through the bridal procession and charging straight to the bridal sedan. The person on the horse was dressed sloppily and did not look like a man or a woman. There was a bruise on his forehead and his entire person was filled with killing intent. Without waiting for Zhou Nie to fly into a rage, a slender long horsewhip was pointed at his face and he opened his mouth to scold. What audacity! You dare to marry without an official marriage certificate? Zhou Nie was scared out of his wits by her voice. He took a step back and was tripped by the wedding silk on the ground. He sat on the ground and let out a cry like a pig being slaughtered. The servants of the Zhou family who were at the door hurried forward to help him, squeezing the matchmaker and Xue Jinxuan to the side. Seeing this, Yu Shu turned over and jumped off the horse. She pushed away a servant who was in the way and grabbed the trembling little sister Xue. She held her cold little hand tightly and whispered in her ear, Jinxuan, don't be afraid. I'm here. Hearing the familiar voice, Xue Jinxuan's pale face under the wedding handkerchief was instantly dyed with a touch of excitement. Her eyes that were red and swollen from crying suddenly brightened. She subconsciously hugged Yu Shu's arm and tightly leaned against her for fear that she would be caught by those bad people if she let go. Yu Shu felt her terror, and the rage in her heart grew even greater. Not only did Xue Lingnan raise Xue Rui like a dog, he was actually ruthless towards his own granddaughter, and he was simply cold-blooded and merciless to the extreme. Where are Lu Hong and Su Qing? She raised her voice and shouted. At this moment, Feng Zhaomiao arrived with her 2 guards and stepped forward. "Milord, your subordinate is here." Yu Shu waved her hand and said, "Capture this perverted person and send him to the Celestial Commissioner." Lu Hong and Su Qing did not say anything else and went forward to capture Zhou Nie. "What are you doing?" Zhou Nie could not move his arm as he struggled and scolded angrily, "Where did you bunch of bandits come from? Do you know who my father is? Do you believe that I won't throw all of you in prison?" This commotion quickly alerted the Zhou Yita couple who were waiting for the bride and groom to kowtow in the wedding hall, as well as the guests who came to drink the wedding wine. When the group of people came to the main entrance, they saw that the groom was tied up and the bride was kidnapped. Zhou Yita was shocked and angry at the same time. He felt like he had lost all face. Trembling, he pointed at Yu Shu and the others. "How dare you kidnap the bride in front of my Zhou family's gate? You have no respect for the law. Stop right now." Yu Shu pulled Xue Jinxuan behind her and released her aura. She cracked open the horse whip and cracked it loudly on the ground. The surroundings suddenly became quiet and she said coldly, "As a member of the aristocratic family, you did not report to the authorities but married in private. Who is the one who has no respect for the law?" She was wearing a casual robe and did not look good. Zhou Yita did not seem to recognize her and glared at her. "Who are you? Why are you meddling in my family's business?" Yu Shu narrowed her eyes and said, "I am the imperial concubine of the Kunling Bureau and I am in charge of marriage matters. Your 2 families married without an official marriage certificate and violated the laws of this court. I will now bring the criminal back for interrogation and this marriage will be annulled." As she spoke, she was about to lead the bride and groom away, not giving Zhou Yita any face. Zhou Yita's recent life had been smooth sailing. He had originally been an old subordinate of Xue Lingnan and had climbed all the way to the position of the commander of the Jinwu Guards. He controlled 5,000 troops and horses inside and outside Jing. Several princes had wanted to rope him in, but after Ning Wang fell from the throne, he had secretly submitted to Lu Tan. As a result, Lu Tan had become the crown prince. Coincidentally, Ning Wang's people had gathered to cause trouble and he had taken the lead to wipe them out. Therefore, he had naturally become the #1 person beside the crown prince other than the Xue family. It could be imagined what kind of wealth and glory would be waiting for him after the crown prince ascended the throne. He was in high spirits and someone dared to oppose him. He would not swallow the insult. Furthermore, the other was only a fifth-grade female official. Not to mention that she was the messenger of rain, the old emperor was about to ascend to the heavens. What did he have to worry about? All of you, stop. He roared angrily and walked down the steps towards Yushu. Unlike Zhou Nie, who was bloated, Zhou Yeda was tall and mighty. When he stood forward, he was a head taller than Yushu. Seeing this, Feng Zhaomiao did not say anything else and blocked in front of Yushu. He braced himself and said, "What do you want?" As the young master of the generals Fu, he had seen many unreasonable generals since he was young. He was afraid that he would slap Yushu away in anger. Zhou Yeda glanced at him and recognized that he was General Feng's precious son. He ignored him and warned Yushu, "Official Yu, food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Who said that my family did not have an official marriage certificate and married privately?" Yushu said with a cold face, "The official marriage certificate was issued by me. Do you think I don't remember if I have approved the marriage between your two families?" Zhou Yeda did not argue with her. He turned to Madame Zhou, who was not far away, and said, "Go and take out the official marriage certificate for our son and the young lady of the Shui family. Let this imperial official have a look." Yushu frowned. Her first thought was that the Shui family and the Zhou family had forged the official marriage certificate. Because in the entire Kunling Bureau, only she and Jing Chen could stamp the official marriage certificate. Jing Chen had never cared about this matter. It was all her responsibility. It was impossible for the two families to get the official marriage certificate without her. The wedding procession blocked the entire street. There was a group of people in front of the Zhou residence's gate. More than a dozen guards from the Yu residence rushed over. Zhou Hu led them and silently stood behind Yushu. Just as the crowd was discussing, a maidservant that Madame Zhou had sent trotted back. Panting, she handed a red booklet to Zhou Yeda. Zhou Yeda turned his hand and handed it to Yushu. He sneered, "Look carefully. Is this the official marriage certificate issued by the Kunling Bureau?" Yushu took it and opened it. Her face immediately darkened. Although this official marriage certificate was not personally written by her, the seal that was signed was actually Jing Chen's right commander, Zhu Jian. And the date it was issued was in December of last year, when Jing Chen was still in the capital. "Did you see it clearly?" Zhou Yeda suddenly took back the official marriage certificate and fearlessly questioned her, "When did a woman like you become the sole leader of the Kunling Bureau? What kind of position do you place the right commander in? Do you know what the punishment is for abusing your power to create rumors and create trouble?" Yushu was not afraid of his threat and calmly asked him, "Then do you know what the punishment is for forging an official marriage certificate?" She was sure that this official marriage certificate was not approved by Jing Chen, but it was indeed stamped with his seal. Then it could only be that there was a traitor in the Kunling Bureau who had been bribed by the Shui family or the Zhou family to steal Jing Chen's seal when she wasn't paying attention. Seeing that she refused to admit defeat, Zhou Yeda angrily flicked his sleeves and glared at her, "You're pestering endlessly. You don't know what you're talking about. Today is my son's wedding day. I can't allow you to behave atrociously here. Men, take down this group of people and send the bride into the wedding hall." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 squads of the golden insignia guards appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Yushu's group and the Yu residence's guards at lightning speed. Yushu suddenly realized that something was wrong. These guards were hiding in the dark and had obviously set up an ambush. She was afraid that she had fallen into a trap that someone else had dug. The enemy was outnumbered. Her expression was solemn. She knew in her heart that she would not be able to escape unscathed today. Thus, before the two sides fought, she pushed Shui Jinshuan onto Feng Zhaomiao's body. Her voice floated into his ears, "You go first." You must send her to Wangjilu." Before Feng Xiaomiao could react, Yu Shu stepped forward and snatched the official marriage certificate from Zhou Yeda's hand. She threw it on his face and shouted, "I want to arrest people today. Try and fight with me." Zhou Yeda trembled with anger at her savage appearance. He took a big step back and pointed at her while shouting, take her, take them all." The Jin Wu guards swarmed forward. The guards of the Yu residence were all martial artists that Yu Shu had carefully selected from the supply house. Under Zhou Hu's daily training, they were not vegetarians. They rushed forward with knives and sticks. Lu Hong and Su Qing protected Yu Shu in the middle. The scene suddenly became a mess. People were thrown off their feet and in the blink of an eye, someone was slashed. Blood splashed onto Feng Xiaomiao's face, and he suddenly woke up. He looked at the cold face of Yu Shu, gritted his teeth, and pulled Xue Jinxuan to escape in the chaos. When Zhou Yeda came back to his senses, he found that his future daughter-in-law had disappeared. He angrily shouted to the fighting crowd, "The bride has been kidnapped. Quickly chase after her." Chapter 785. The chaotic fight at the Zhou residence ended with Yu Shu being captured. The Jin Wu guards and the Yu family's guards were all injured. Fortunately, their injuries weren't serious and they only suffered superficial wounds. The ground was covered in blood and it looked a bit frightening. A good wedding event brought about a bloody disaster. The bride ran away and the groom was so scared that he peed his pants. The guests who came to drink the wedding wine were all frightened. When the scene calmed down, they hurriedly took their leave, afraid that they would fight again and hurt the innocent. Zhou Yeda insisted that Yu Shu abused her power and allowed slaves to commit murder. He arrested her and the dozen people she brought and threw them into the Ministry of Justice's prison. He personally escorted them there and then turned around to go to the Prime Minister's residence. As soon as he saw Xue Lingnan, he complained. "Prime Minister only said that someone would come to kidnap the bride today and wanted me to arrest them. Why didn't you tell me who was the one who started the trouble? That crazy girl is too daring. She actually brought people to fight with my Jin Wu guards. Not only did she injure many of my subordinates, but I also lost all my face." Xue Lingnan was trimming a beautiful orchid and didn't know where to start with the scissors in his hands. He didn't turn his head and said, "I know, you can go back." Zhou Yeda hesitated. "Jinxuan was kidnapped. I have already sent people to search all over the capital. If we find her," Xue Lingnan cut the flower with a snap and a beautiful orchid fell at his feet. "No need to trouble yourself. Didn't you arrest her? Interrogate her properly and make her speak." Zhou Yeda felt that he was asking for trouble. He didn't even care about his own granddaughter, let alone his daughter-in-law. "You mean, you want to use torture on her? That's not very good. After all, she is an official of the Celestial Commissioner. No matter how big a mistake she makes, it's not the Ministry of Justice's turn to punish her. How will we explain when the minister investigates?" The former emperor abolished the position of Minister of the Six Ministries and appointed 2 new prime ministers. Prime Minister Yin controlled the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Justice and Ministry of War followed Prime Minister Xue's lead. The Celestial Commissioner was Zhu Muzhao's word. Xue Lingnan put down the scissors and turned around. The affairs of the Ministry of Justice are not for the Celestial Commissioner to meddle in. Zhu Muzhao's hand has stretched too far. This time, I want to punish the chicken to warn the monkey. If you are afraid, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Go back and train your Jin Wu guards well. If a motley crew can make you so miserable, how can you take on great responsibilities in the future? Zhou Yeda's face turned red, but he had no words to refute. In the end, he could only leave resentfully. It was already summer in the 5th month of the lunar calendar. The wind during the day was hot, and there was only a slight coolness after the sun set. However, the inside of the prison cell was a different world. During the day, it was like staying in a steamer, with sweat flowing out freely. At night, it became gloomy and cold, making people stiff. The prison of the Ministry of Justice had not been renovated for 20 years. Usually, it was not cleaned diligently. Even with the skylight open for ventilation, there was still a sour and rotten smell. Yushu was brought here during the day and locked up alone in a cell, separated from her guards and servants. The cell was surrounded by 3 stone walls and one by a fence. Yushu leaned against the wall and sat on a pile of hay. She was still wearing the grayish-blue robe that she had casually put on in the morning, but her hair was messily draped over her shoulders. Her hairpin had fallen off when she was escorted by the Jinwu guards. As the sun set, the entire cell slowly fell into darkness. A gust of cold wind poured in from the skylight above her, waking her up from her sleep. When she opened her eyes, she saw someone holding a bright lantern outside the fence. She did not know when he had stood there. She squinted her eyes and raised her head to see the other person's face. Unsurprisingly, she revealed a cold smile. "I was wondering who wanted to deal with me. It turns out to be you." Shui Lingnan did not respond. Turning his head, he had the jailer open the cell door and carry her out. Taking her to the torture room at the end of the corridor, he tied her hands and feet to the rack. From beginning to end, Yushu did not resist. She knew that the Ministry of Justice was Shui Lingnan's territory. Even if she screamed her lungs out, no one would come to save her. She might as well save her energy and think about how to survive. The Crown Prince had held her back in Huajian Garden. Right now, no one could save her from the hands of Shui Lingnan. Shui Lingnan sat on a chair 10 feet away from the rack. The jailer with a knife scar on the left side of his face lit the torches on the 2 walls and added charcoal to the brazier on the tripod. Next to him was a row of torture instruments with all kinds of whips, hooks, knives, and cudgels hanging from them. The stone bricks under the rack had been soaked in blood all year round and had a rotten reddish-brown color. Yushu coldly watched the scar-faced man pick and choose from the torture instruments. He picked up a small iron hammer that was half a foot long. The head of the hammer was small and nimble. It didn't seem to have any killing power. He bent down and grabbed a handful of iron nails from a box on the ground. The scar-faced man walked to her side and pinched the bones in her arm. He grinned at her and introduced the torture instruments in his hands to her in a low voice. "This is called the bone-breaking hammer. It's specially used to deal with those prisoners with hard bones. Like your small bones, it only takes a few light knocks to break them." Yushu did not look at the weapon in his hands. She turned her head and asked Shui Lingnan, "If I didn't kidnap the bride today, would you really have married Jinshu into the Zhou family?" At this point, there was nothing she couldn't understand. The official marriage document between the Shui family and the Zhou family was fake. If Shui Lingnan only wanted to marry into the Zhou family, he should have secretly held the marriage 2 days before the ancestral worship ceremony. He shouldn't have waited until she returned to the capital and then had someone instigate Feng Zhaomiao to find her. Just like this, he didn't even show his face and let her walk into the trap. As for why Shui Lingnan wanted to catch her, it was because he knew that she was the one who broke his life. He either wanted to kill her or dig out some secrets from her mouth. Marriage is a big matter, how can it be a child's play? Shui Lingnan expressionlessly looked at her. His attitude was very clear. He had already planned to give up a useless granddaughter to win over Zhou Yeda. He wouldn't change his mind just because of whether or not Yushu kidnapped the bride. Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. "You really make me look at you in a new light." Yushu ridiculed him, but she didn't regret it. Even if she could do it again, even if she knew it was a trap, she would still choose to kidnap the bride. Because she didn't want to see Shui Rui's disappointed appearance when she reunited with him one day. Shui Lingnan shook his head. You still want to use your tongue to win. This old man said last time that it would be easy to deal with you. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Yong, first teach her to be obedient. The scar-faced man put a handful of nails in his mouth and held a 2-inch long nail in his hand. He rubbed it against her sleeve and aimed the nail at her arm. First, he used the hammer to knock it twice, and then he suddenly slammed it down with all his might. Yushu suddenly twitched and opened her 5 fingers. She looked at the nail halfway into her flesh and into her bone. Blood flowed out and instantly dyed her sleeve red. Her mind went blank for a moment and the sudden pain made her suck in a breath of cold air. She clenched her teeth and didn't make a sound. The scarred man did the same thing and hit 3 nails into her left arm. Her forehead was covered in sweat and she was trembling from head to toe. Just as the scarred man spat out the 4th nail, Shui Lingnan called for him to stop. His cold gaze rested on her pale face as he slowly said, "Answer whatever this old man asks. If you answer a question incorrectly, there will be another nail in your body." Yushu stiffly raised her head, a bitter smile on her lips. She said in a trembling voice, "Then can you first tell me one thing? The 2 murders in LoveLore Library, the 2 female students who died, did you send people to kill them?" Shui Lingnan was silent for a moment and said, "You are talking about Zhanshu Yuan and Chao Yuling." Yushu closed her eyes. "It really was you." This way, Shui Rui's guess about the murderer was confirmed. As long as Emperor Zhao Qing died and the Crown Prince ascended the throne, the position of the Celestial Commissioner would be replaced. At that time, wouldn't the one who would monopolize power in the court be Shui Lingnan, who had helped Liu Tan ascend the throne? Shui Rui said that whoever monopolized power was the traitor who tried to kill the Lifebreaker and stop the Celestial Commissioner from opening the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens. The 2 of them died unjustly. Shui Lingnan had been seen through by her, so he no longer hid it. This old man originally wanted to kill the Lifebreaker. So, when Jing Chen was plotted against on the way to the capital, it was also you who sent people to do it. It was Governor Su, right? The more Yushu thought about it, the more she understood. The pain made her thinking abnormally quick. You already knew that Shui Rui's biological father was Yunhua. When Shui Zhao brought back a child from the south, he couldn't hide it from you. Later, Shui Rui's father died unexpectedly. You investigated that it was the Celestial Commissioner who killed him, but you endured it because you knew that you couldn't fight against the Celestial Commissioner alone, and you couldn't fight against the Celestial Commissioner who was tied to the Emperor. So, you endured for more than 10 years until Jing Chen, the calamity of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens, was born. Although the secret of the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens could only be known by the Emperors and the Celestial Commissioner, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. After 200 years, there would always be people who explored these secrets. Shui Lingnan was a successful example. He knew very well that the inseparable relationship between the Emperor and the Celestial Commissioner was built on the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens. Only when the Celestial Commissioner lost his omniscient ability, the imperial power could get rid of the puppet of the Celestial Commissioner. But there were also things he didn't know. For example, the existence of the calamity of Mystery Woman and the Lifebreaker was to nurture the Destiny Tie Bone. Without the Destiny Tie Bone, the Celestial Commissioner couldn't open the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens. But I don't understand. Why didn't you just get someone to kill Jing Chen and end it once and for all? Instead, you used the tricks of the pugilistic world to make him lose his memory. You didn't kill him because you were soft-hearted. That means that you can still make use of him. Let me think. Ah, I got it. Jing Chen and Shui Rui have one thing in common. They are both Yunhua's biological sons. You kept Jing Chen alive, just like how you raised Shui Rui. It was all to lure Yunhua to show up. Am I right? You talk too much nonsense. Shui Lingnan interrupted her talking to herself and said coldly, "Let me ask you, who has the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens now?" Yu Shu's eyes flickered. In the blink of an eye, she decided to lie. Of course, the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens is in the hands of the Celestial Commissioner now. Otherwise, why do you think my big brother was able to leave the capital city alive? It was because Yunhua used the Book of Mystery Woman in exchange for his life. Shui Lingnan frowned. He did not know whether he believed her words or not. He asked again, "Have you seen the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens?" "Of course I have seen it. Let me tell you, I know more than you think." Yu Shu suddenly smiled at him. If one ignored her sweaty face, one would not be able to see that there were 3 2-inch-long iron nails in her bones at this moment. Shui Lingnan narrowed his eyes and stared at her. "I don't mean to underestimate you. You are a little girl with no one to rely on. In less than 2 years after you entered the capital city, you were able to fight for a place in the Celestial Commissioner's office. You are doing very well. It is not only because of your identity as a life-breaker, but also because of your shrewdness. It is far beyond your age. If you praise me like this, should I feel honored?" It was not that Yu Shu wanted to talk glibly, but she was in great pain. If she did not say a few more words, she was afraid that she would not be able to endure it. "You should feel lucky. If you don't know anything, I will simply kill you." Shui Lingnan sneered. "Let me ask you again. Zhu Muzhao let you marry Jing Qin. What does it have to do with the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens in his hands? Jing Chen and I got married so that I could give him his life." Yu Shu told him half-truthfully. "He is the scourge of Dun. He is related to the fate of the country. Unfortunately, he is entangled with the Kata star and brings disaster to the world. Only me, a life-breaker, and him can change his fate." Shui Lingnan shook his head. "It seems that if I don't let you suffer a little, you will not be willing to tell the truth, Ayong." Yu Shu's gaze turned. She saw the scarred man stick out his tongue to lick the 4th nail on his hand. He moved it around her arm and finally stopped at her wrist. With a light press, her entire body stiffened. "Wait," she couldn't help but shout for him to stop. She bared her teeth at Shui Lingnan. "I can tell you the truth, but you have to answer my questions. Otherwise, even if you kill me, I will not say another word to you. If you don't believe me, you can try. My bones are hard." Shui Lingnan waved his hand, indicating for the scarred man to move to the side. His gaze examined her as he asked, "What else do you want to know?" Yu Shu took the chance to ask. Before Chao Yiling died, it was Ji Xingxuan who lured her to the observatory. "Isn't she Ning Wang's person? Why would she listen to your orders?" Shui Lingnan replied, "Aren't you very smart? Why don't you guess?" Yu Shu didn't guess but threw out question after question. Jing Chen going down the mountain to enter the world should have been a secret, but you knew his whereabouts like the back of your hand. You used my De Ji's marriage as a smokescreen to send Governor Su to Yiyang City to discuss the marriage with the Ji family, setting up an ambush along the way. Then who was the one that informed you? A while ago, the court was debating the choice of the crown prince. More than half of the people supported Jing Wang to be the crown prince. I heard that among those people, there were Ning Wang's henchmen. How did you do it?" Shui Lingnan frowned and said impatiently, "You have too many questions." He, Yu Shu gave a hurried laugh. Her eyes were like torches as she stared at his face. She asked, "It was Xiang Wang, wasn't it? You and Xiang Wang have been in cahoots for a long time. The two of you, in order to remove the foundation of the Celestial Commissioner and not let the major tipping point control the next crown prince, joined hands to deal with the major tipping point. Let me guess, 20 years ago, the Xianwang hadn't decided on the crown prince. Xiang Wang was more popular than the current emperor, but it was the interference of the Celestial Commissioner that caused him to miss out on the throne. He wasn't satisfied, so he conspired with you. Am I right? Shui Lingnan didn't answer, but his sharp eyes already told Yu Shu the answer. Are you finished? I've asked everything that needs to be asked. Yu Shu raised an eyebrow at him. She said without fear, I know so many of your secrets. I guess that you won't let me go out alive, right? Shui Lingnan's face instantly darkened. He could see that she didn't intend to answer his questions honestly. Kill me, I won't tell you any secrets about the Fairy Woman Lu Ren book. Yu Shu closed her mouth and lowered her head. Her heart was like a mirror. If she wanted to live, she definitely couldn't speak. Because once she no longer had any value, this old thief wouldn't hesitate to take her life. With Shui Rui gone, there was no one in Jing City that could protect her. It was laughable that she had always been conceited. Now that she was a sheep in a tiger's mouth, she could only hope that the major tipping point would receive news of her accident and send someone to save her. You're seeking death. Shui Lingnan was finally angered by her. He sat up from the chair and coldly looked at her. He turned around and left, only leaving behind a sentence. Ah Yong, make her speak. Receiving the order, the scar-faced man's eyes flashed with excitement. Licking his lips, he turned around and went to the torture rack to pick out a suitable tool. After picking and choosing, he finally chose a palm-sized awl. He burned it on the brazier for a while before walking back in front of Yu Shu. He pulled her hair to make her raise her head, letting her see the thing in his hand. This little thing is called the soul-stealing awl. Do you see the barbs on it? It said that people have 3 souls and 7 spirits, all in the head. Tell me, if I were to make a hole in your head, would your soul be sucked out? Yu Shu smelled the burnt smell of rust. She didn't look at the red-hot awl and closed her eyes, hiding the fear in the depths of her heart. In the next moment, she felt the hot awl piercing the center of her forehead. She couldn't help twisting her neck, wanting to avoid it. However, her scalp was firmly grabbed, holding her head in place. The awl was slowly pierced between her eyebrows, pulled out and fiercely pierced back in. Ah, 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 she couldn't bear it anymore and let out a string of miserable screams. She struggled with all her might, but it affected the bone-shattering nails in her arm. The blood flowed out and quickly seeped into half of her sleeves. Her face was pinched by someone and then there was a fishy smell. A sticky thing slid back and forth on the bloody hole between her eyebrows, making her hair stand on end. She suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were bloodshot as she vaguely stared at the scarred face that was filled with excitement because of bloodthirst. Her throat trembled as she shouted, Yu Shu. Have a grudge. I will definitely take revenge. Chapter 786. The Grand Commissioner accompanied the Crown Prince to stay in Huajian Garden to take care of the critically ill Emperor Zhao Qing, but had Junior Supervisor Ren take the Celestial Commissioner back to the capital. Before he left, he specifically told him to return to the capital to take care of Yu Shu. He seemed to have expected that something would happen to her. In the afternoon, Ren Qiming heard that Yu Shu had brought people to the Zhou family to kidnap the bride, but had been arrested by Zhou Yede and thrown into the Ministry of Justice prison. The black-robed guards responsible for secretly protecting Yu Shu could not appear in broad daylight, so they came to ask Ren Qiming if they should wait until the night to rescue her. Ren Qiming refused. He said to the black-robed guards, the Grand Secretary only asked you to protect her life, not to help the evildoer. She dared to ruin someone's marriage, allowed slaves to commit murder on the street, and injured the Jinwu guards. Shouldn't she be arrested? Don't worry, the Ministry of Justice will only lock her up for a few days. They won't do anything to her. The black-robed guards listened to the Grand Commissioner and could not act on their own. Now that the Grand Commissioner was not here and Ren Qiming was not willing to say anything, they could only wait quietly. They waited like this until the afternoon of the third day. Zhu Muzhao came back from Huajian Garden without a word. Ren Qiming was reading files in Taishi Tower when he heard a series of footsteps outside. He raised his head and saw the travel-worn Grand Commissioner walk in. He froze for a moment before standing up to greet. Why did the Grand Secretary come back at this time? Is it the Emperor? He thought that Zhu Muzhao would stay in Huajian Garden until Emperor Zhao Qing passed away. The Emperor is fine. Zhu Muzhao walked to the window and sat down. He leaned his upper body against the backrest and let out a long sigh of relief. It was unknown what he thought of, but the corners of his mouth curled up happily. He closed his eyes to rest for a while. He raised his eyelids to look at Ren Qiming standing to the side and said, "What do you want to say?" "Say it." Ren Qiming wanted to say something but stopped. Zhu Muzhao stared at him for a moment and suddenly frowned. "Where is Yu Shu now?" Ren Qiming lowered his head and said, "In the Ministry of Justice prison." Hearing this, Zhu Muzhao's expression changed, and his voice sank. "What's going on?" Ren Qiming then recounted how Yu Shu had brought men to the Zhou family to kidnap the bride, and how she had been captured by Zhou Yeda. In the end, he explained why he had stopped the blackguard from rescuing Yu Shu. "I know you have high hopes for her, but she cannot appreciate your good intentions. This is a good opportunity for her to see the reality. Without your protection, she is nothing." After he finished speaking, he did not dare to raise his head to look at his face. After a few breaths, he sighed. "You're confused." His disappointed tone made Ren Qiming suddenly feel ashamed. "Grand Secretary, Zhu Muzhao sat up from the reclining chair and raised his hand to interrupt his words. He glanced at him with a serious expression and said, "Summon the blackguard to follow me to the Ministry of Justice to get him. I hope she's still breathing. Otherwise, Celestial Commissioner's only chance of survival will be lost in my hands." After Feng Zhaomiao sent Xue Jinshu into Wangji restaurant, he single-handedly killed his way back to the Zhou family. When he found out that Yu Shu had been locked up in prison, he ran home in one breath to beg his father to save her. General Feng scolded him and ordered people to tie him up and lock him up in the woodshed in the backyard. Who knew that Lady Feng loved her son and quietly let him go the next night? Once Feng Zhaomiao was free, he immediately ran out and went to the Yu residence to beg for forgiveness. At that time, everyone in the Yu residence was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Yesterday, Yu Shu had gone out with a group of guards and had not returned. Pei Jing went out to inquire, and the family only found out that she had been locked up. Zhao Hui and He Fangji had both been in prison and knew that it was a place of torture. They were afraid that something would happen to Yu Shu, so they ran to the Ministry of Justice's prison to see her. However, they were refused entry. At this critical juncture, Feng Zhaomiao came to beg for forgiveness. The family didn't have the energy to blame him and were thinking about how to save Yu Shu from prison first. Thus, Feng Zhaomiao gritted his teeth and brought He Fangji and Pei Jing to the Prime Minister's residence to beg Xue Lingnan to be merciful. He hoped that he would ask the Ministry of Justice to release Yu Shu for the sake of Xue Rui. In the end, they didn't even get to see Xue Lingnan's face and were chased out. Feng Zhaomiao settled for the next best thing and brought them to Prince Xiang's heir, Lu Jiong. He thought that Lu Jiong and Xue Rui used to be so close that they could wear the same pants, so he wouldn't leave her in the lurch. However, he didn't expect that Prince Xiang's residence would also be refused entry. He had nowhere else to go. In the end, he begged Count Zhongyong's mansion. Rui Lin, who had always been Xue Rui's brother, allowed him to enter the mansion. However, when he saw Feng Zhaomiao, he said these words, "In the past, that Yu Lianfang used Xue Rui's power to bully others. She ruined my sister's reputation at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet. Why didn't she think of leaving a way out? I think she only has herself to blame for this. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. In the end, you will only get yourself into trouble." Seeing his face, Feng Xiaomiao spat on his face and pointed at his nose and scolded, "You damn fatty, don't forget when you met a kidnapper when you were young, who chased you for more than 10 li and saved you from the hands of the human traffickers. Although Lianfang is a woman, she is much more loyal than you men. She won't leave you in the lurch and she won't be ungrateful." Rui Lin's face turned red and said angrily, "If you have the ability, go and save her yourself. Don't come and beg me. I'm blind to come and find you." Feng Xiaomiao turned and left. But when he left the Count of Zhongyang's residence and faced He Fangji and Pei Jing waiting outside the door, he couldn't be tough anymore. He Fangji and Pei Jing knew the result when they saw his face. They sighed and went home to think of a solution. Before sunset, Zhu Muzhao brought people to the Ministry of Justice's prison to ask for Yu Lianfang. The head of the prison had been instructed by the higher-ups in advance. Without the written order of the disciplinary officer, he wouldn't let them go. He shut the door tightly and didn't let them in. He sent a long-legged prison guard to quietly leave through the back door and run to deliver the letter. Zhu Muzhao didn't have the patience to wait for long. He directly let the black-robed guards climb over the wall and subdue the group of prison guards before opening the door from the inside. The black-robed guards found 2 keys on the head of the prison guard and ran to the front to open the way. Zhu Muzhao walked in the middle and Ren Qiming followed closely behind him. They entered the dark and stuffy cell. The black-robed guards took a torch from the wall and lit it up. They searched through the bars one by one. The prisoners were frightened and shrank into the corners like mice. They searched the entire cell but didn't find Yu Shu. "Search, search again. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her body," Zhu Muzhao ordered in a deep voice. He stood at the end of the cell with his hands behind his back, suppressing his anger. Ren Qiming knew that Yu Shu was probably dead, but he didn't dare to say it in front of him. After searching for about half an hour, a black-robed guard suddenly shouted, "There's a tunnel here. Someone who's been here before, help." A group of people gathered around and pried open the tunnel. They found a dungeon hidden below. Zhu Muzhao ignored Ren Qiming's advice and followed the black-robed guards into the dungeon. At the end of the smelly tunnel, he found a bright torture room. The leader of the black-robed guards kicked open the door and several people rushed in. They saw the bloody person tied to the torture rack with her head hanging down. They didn't know whether she was dead or alive. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Zhu Muzhao then walked in and looked up. His eyelids suddenly twitched. He strode forward and parted the bloody person's hair. He saw that there was a hole in the middle of her forehead and a lump of rotten flesh had already solidified. It was as if she had a third eye. Her face was covered in blood and he could not see her face clearly. His hand trembled and he carefully reached out with 2 fingers to check her breath. Ren Qiming stared at his movements without blinking until he put down his fingers and let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and ordered, "She's still breathing. Put her down carefully and send someone to the Imperial Hospital to find Qingju. Ask him to come to the Celestial Commissioner as soon as possible." Ren Qiming also let out a sigh of relief, but he didn't know whether he was more relieved or disappointed. The group of people came out of the prison. It was already dark outside, but the door was blocked. Xue Lingnan rushed over when he received the news and stopped them. "Who broke the prison?" Xue Lingnan sat high on the back of the horse and searched for Zhu Muzhao in the crowd. He asked knowingly. Zhu Muzhao came out surrounded by black-robed guards. He looked up at the old but vigorous Prime Minister Xue and said sternly, "If I didn't come, I wouldn't have known that the Ministry of Justice was so bold. They built a dungeon without authorization and privately tortured officials of the imperial court." Xue Lingnan was full of regret. He didn't expect Zhu Muzhao to return to the capital so quickly. He didn't know what happened to the crown prince and there was no news. He originally planned to interrogate Yu Shu tonight and then dispose of her. But Zhu Muzhao rushed to save her first. He saw from afar that Zhu Muzhao's subordinate was carrying a prisoner covered in blood. Who else could it be but Yu Shu? This person is involved in a murder case. Even an official of the Celestial Commissioner can't bend the law for personal gain. Don't twist words and force logic. A prison break is a prison break. I advise you to put the prisoner down as soon as possible. Don't make mistakes again. Zhu Muzhao laughed coldly. Even if an official of the Celestial Commissioner commits a capital crime, he has to get my approval before he can be executed. I think you've gone senile and meddled in other people's business. Shuo Lingnan and Zhu Muzhao had been enemies for a long time. Today was the first time they had fallen out in public. Good, good. I will report everything that happened today to His Majesty and ask for his judgment. Get out of the way. Zhu Muzhao was aggressive. Shuo Lingnan knew that his black-robed guards were powerful and didn't want to fight with him here. He waved his hand and let them pass. In this confrontation, it seemed like Zhu Muzhao had the upper hand. But if they investigated, Shuo Lingnan didn't lose out. Yu Shu had been tortured in his hands for 2 days and 2 nights. She was a young girl. Even if she could survive, her personality would change greatly. She would never forget what she had experienced in the torture room. Fear would always accompany her. Even if she didn't die, she would be crippled. Shuo Lingnan wasn't afraid that Yu Shu would expose him in front of Zhu Muzhao. Emperor Zhao Qing was critically ill and didn't have many days left to live. His grandson would be the crown prince and the future emperor. He would be the first emperor who wasn't controlled by the Celestial Commissioner. He watched as the Celestial Commissioner's men ran away into the night. Zhu Muzhao brought Yu Shu back to Taishi Tower and had people carefully send her to her bedroom upstairs. He first found 2 maids to clean her wounds and the others left to avoid arousing suspicion. Basin after basin of clean water was sent upstairs. When they were brought down, Zhu Muzhao's frown deepened. Not long after, Zhu Qingjue rushed in. Zhu Muzhao led him to the 2nd floor and briefly explained the situation. He warned him worriedly, save her at all costs. Zhu Qingjue nodded. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked to see Yu Shu covered in wounds when he entered the room. He didn't care about the etiquette between a man and a woman. After cleaning his hands, he went to check her wounds. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he came out of the room with an ugly expression. He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and said to his father, "There are 5 iron nails in her left arm. The bone is cracked. There are many burns and pus on her back. In addition, one of her ankles was broken. The most serious injury is her forehead. I don't know if it hurt her brain. The torturer is quite vicious. He used no less than 5 kinds of torture on a woman. I don't know how she survived these 2 days. Even a man would bite his tongue and commit suicide." Zhu Muzhao looked in the direction of the bedroom with a strange gaze and asked in a low voice, "Can she be saved?" "She can be saved." Zhu Qingjue hesitantly told him, "I'm afraid that even if she is saved, she will want to die." "What are you saying?" "The skin outside her forehead is completely necrotic. It will leave a scar for the rest of her life. I can't help her even if I have magic hands. A woman's face is disfigured. Isn't that forcing her to die?" Zhu Qingjue shook his head and said helplessly, "It's already a blessing to be able to keep her life. I hope she can get over it." After that, he hurried to write a prescription and dispense the medicine. Zhu Muzhao stopped at the door of the bedroom. He was deep in thought. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from the stairs. He turned to look at Ren Qiming, who had a guilty expression. He pointed at the study across from him. The 2 of them changed places to talk. "Taishu, I know I was wrong." Ren Qiming took the initiative to admit his mistake. "You know you were wrong." Zhu Muzhao asked him, tell me, what did you do wrong? Ren Qiming secretly clenched his fists and said, I shouldn't have disobeyed you on the surface. I shouldn't have listened to your orders. It's all my fault for standing by the side and almost causing the death of the life destroyer. In your eyes, Yu Shu is only a life destroyer. Zhu Muzhao saw through his thoughts at a glance. He said to him earnestly, I know that you have always been loyal to me. My position was originally prepared to be passed to you. However, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. None of us expected that so many unforeseen events would happen in the middle. I couldn't find the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 wrens, and I let Yun Hua and his son go. In the end, Jing Qin also rebelled and left. These are all my mistakes. Originally, it had nothing to do with you. However, you also know that we, the Celestial Commissioner, are bound together for good or bad. My position is related to the rise and fall of the world's Book of Changes. As the Grand Instructor, if I can't become the Emperor's top confidant, it will be equivalent to an empty title. Now that the position of the Imperial Astronomer is in imminent danger, you are no longer suitable to take my position. I am not passing it to you because I do not want you to become a sinner for all eternity and bear countless curses after your death. Ren Qiming had long passed the age of being swayed by his emotions. He was 30 years old. After following Zhu Muzhao for so many years, his biggest gain was learning to think. After listening to Zhu Muzhao's earnest persuasion, he was not in a hurry to fight for the position that originally belonged to him. Instead, he asked seriously, I am not suitable, why is she suitable? Chapter 787. A few days after the ancestral worship ceremony, a big event suddenly broke out in the court. Tsing Minji, the imperial envoy sent to Ningdong City 2 months ago, returned to the capital. But what he brought back was not Prince of Dongjing, who had come to the capital to plead guilty. Instead, he brought back the news that Prince of Dongjing was training soldiers and stockpiling food and plotting a rebellion. At this time, the crown prince was attending to his sick mother in Huajian Garden and was unable to rush back to the capital. Yin Tianho was acting as regent and convened a court meeting to discuss this matter. Who would have thought that on the next day, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Tsing Minji, would publicly accuse Right Minister Xue Lingnan of colluding with Prince of Dongjing to usurp the throne, causing an uproar. Someone from the Crown Prince Society immediately stepped forward to defend Xue Lingnan. Lord Tseng, don't slander us. Shuixiang Yuan is in the capital. How did he get involved with Prince of Dongjing? Tsing Minji tearfully recounted his experiences. When he arrived at Ningdong City, he did not immediately reveal his identity as an imperial envoy. Instead, he made a secret visit and discovered that 10 li away from the city was filled with military camps. Every day, they trained without rest, and large amounts of rations and fodder were transported into the city. He suspected that the Lord of Dongjing had ill intentions, so he disguised himself and snuck into the Castellan manor. One night, during a banquet, he eavesdropped on Jiang Huaying and the generals discussing the war, and he saw through the Jiang family's ambitions. While he was shocked, he accidentally exposed himself and narrowly escaped from the city lord's mansion. The dozen or so guards he brought with him all died on the way to protect him. That day at the banquet, I hid in the dark and saw with my own eyes that there was a military counselor under the throne of King Dongjing. He looked exactly like the eldest son of the Xue family who disappeared at the beginning of the year. May I ask Prime Minister Xue, where is the eldest son of your family now? Weren't you the one who sent him to the northeast to support the king of Dongjing's provisions so that he could command his army? Otherwise, in the barren lands of the north, how could he, a marquis with a different surname, have the military funds to support 200,000 soldiers and horses? Tsing Minji was the head of the Ministry of Justice and had been Xue Lingnan's subordinate for more than a decade. Now, he had stepped forward to accuse Xue Lingnan of participating in Prince Dongjing's rebellion. Regardless of whether or not the evidence was sufficient, people would still be inclined to believe him. Instantly, the voices of the Crown Prince Society began to die down. Only a few die-hard loyalists continued to cry out for Shui Lingnan's innocence. Nonsense. Prime Minister Shui is the maternal ancestor of the Crown Prince and is already an extremely high official. Why would he collude with a prince with a different surname to rebel? What benefit does this bring to him? That's right, Tsing Minji. Are your eyes deceiving you? You've seen someone who looks like young Master Shui, and yet you're trying to misrepresent him. Tsing Minji did not bother to argue with them. He turned around and bowed to Yin Tianho, shouting loudly, Grand Tutor is perceptive, everything this lowly official has said is the truth. Prince, Minister of the Wang Xian Officer, XT, the most important thing now is to thoroughly investigate the collusion between the Shui family and the Jiang family. Otherwise, when the Prince of Dongjing sends his troops to the south, there will be people in the imperial court working together with him from the inside. By then, the world will be in chaos, and it will be too late. Xia, the Emperor, Chen Wang, for Wang, after. The officials looked. And looked. Wang, and the officials. Yin Tianho folded his sleeves and looked around the imperial court. His eyes stopped on Shui Lingnan's stiff face. He said in a loud voice, now that the Prince of Dongjing has raised his own army, Prime Minister Shui is suspicious. Immediately send him to the Supreme Court to await trial. Before this matter is fully investigated, you are not allowed to participate in court affairs. When Emperor Zhaoqing conferred the title of Crown Prince, he promoted Yin Tianho to be the Crown Prince's tutor. Even the Crown Prince had to listen to Yin Tianho's advice. So, as soon as Yin Tianho spoke, the court fell silent. Even Guo Huaiyan, the minister of the Supreme Court, who had a good relationship with Shui Lingnan, did not stand up for him. The Prime Minister stood quietly in front of the officials. He did not say a word from beginning to end. So, after the court meeting, Shui Lingnan was sent to the Supreme Court by Yin Tianho and temporarily detained. In the evening, Zhu Muzhao returned to Taishi Tower. Zhu Qingjue was also there. Because of Yu Shu, the father and son met each other every day. How is she? Has she woken up yet? No. Zhu Qingjue's tone was slightly helpless. I gave her the best medicine. I even fed her the 9 transformations mind restoration pill that my master, the king of medicine, gave me before we parted. I endured the pain and fed it to her, but she still doesn't wake up. There's nothing I can do. Zhu Muzhao frowned and sat down. His headache was not only because of Yu Shu's coma, but also because of Prince of Dongjing's rebellion. In today's court meeting, half of what Tsing Minji said was instigated by him, but the other half was made true. It turned out that Yunhua had really brought Shui Rui to seek refuge with the Jiang family. This made him think of the prophecy about the birth of the Minister of the Left that he had predicted a few months ago. One of Yunhua's sons was a great calamity, and the other was actually the Minister of the Left who could reverse the situation. Prince of Dongjing had met his destined benefactor, and he had the great fortune to seize the world. His original plan was to use the Prince of Dongjing's rebellion to uproot the Shui family before the Crown Prince ascended to the throne. In this way, the Crown Prince had no choice but to rely on the Celestial Commissioner. But now he had to consider whether Yu Shu had already known the whereabouts of Yunhua and Shui Rui. Did she know that they had escaped to Ningdong City to help Prince of Dongjing in his rebellion? Would he be able to leave the imperial astronomer in her hands without any worries? Father, you look so pale. Did something big happen in the court again? Zhu Qingjue hesitated and went behind him. She pressed her hands on his shoulders and neck and massaged him evenly. Zhu Muzhao leaned against the back of the chair comfortably and said slowly, I still remember that year when you ran away from home, I was so angry. Your mother blamed me for being too strict with you. I wanted you to inherit my legacy, but you never listened to me. But after you left, I regretted it in less than 3 months. To be honest, your temperament is not suitable for you to stay in the officialdom for long. I don't want to turn you into another me. After I thought it through, I will no longer care about you. Even if you only want to be a doctor who treats illnesses and doesn't have much of a future, I will not stop you. Because I can't follow my heart in this life, at least my son can live freely. Father, Zhu Muzhao patted the back of his hand on his shoulder and said sincerely, if one day I step down from this position, the Zhu family will no longer be prosperous. If you want to live freely, you will have to rely on yourself. Zhu Qingjue asked with mixed feelings, Your Majesty doesn't have much time left. In the future, when the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, you will have to step down from your position. At that time, who will be the Celestial Commissioner? Will it be Junior Supervisor Ren? Zhu Muzhao said, I still need to think about it. When Yushu wakes up, he must ask her first. It would be best if she was willing to tell him. If she still wants to cover up the whereabouts of Yunhua and his son, he can't hand over the Celestial Commissioner to her. The father and son were talking downstairs. The bedroom on the second floor was quiet. Yushu was lying motionlessly on the bed. There was a lamp hanging on the head of the bed. It was hot in the summer. Her body was only covered with a thin blanket. Her exposed hands and feet were tightly bandaged. Her forehead was covered with a fine and soft white gauze. A purplish-red ointment was seeping out. Her cheeks were sunken and her skin was pale. Her eyes were closed. At first glance, she looked like a dead person. A clear cry of a crane came from outside the window. It was a celestial bird that was raised on the Nine Bends Bridge. It always came and went when it was happy. The crane's cry rang out 3 times, and Yushu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. Her black and white eyes were empty. After a moment of blankness, her eyes became gloomy. Except for her eyes, she could not feel her body. Numbness was often more frightening than pain. However, her eyes were very calm. An hour later, the maid who was responsible for taking care of her went upstairs to feed her rice. When she realized that her eyes were open, she quickly put down the food and ran downstairs to call for help. After a while, Zhu Muzhao walked into the room in big strides. He stood beside the bed and looked down at her. Yushu. He was most afraid that she would hurt her brain, so he called her name. Yushu turned her eyes and looked at him. Her lips moved slowly and made a subtle sound. He bent down to listen and heard clearly that she said, You saved me. He could not tell if she was confused or just awake. He comforted her. It's okay. It's all over. You are in Taishi Tower now. With me here, no one can touch you. Yushu's mind was in a daze. Many voices came out of her mind, and many images flashed past her mind. The silhouettes in front of her eyes overlapped, and Diane's face suddenly turned into Shuirui's. He looked at her with a gentle gaze and told her, Shu, your big brother will always be by your side and protect you. Then, Shuirui's face turned into Jing Chen's. He looked at her guiltily and said, Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. I won't let anyone hurt you anymore. In the end, Jing Chen's appearance changed back to that of Daoist Qingjing. He glared at her angrily and questioned her, Why did you learn the things in the Book of Mystic Maiden's 6 Rens? Didn't you swear to your master that you would destroy it? Look, you're getting your retribution now. In a flash, Qing Zhang's face disappeared. An ugly scarred face appeared in front of her. He licked his lips and smiled at her. He held an awl in his hand and stabbed it between her eyebrows. Yushu's breathing became chaotic. She closed her eyes tightly and her lips trembled. Her pale face suddenly turned purple. Seeing this, Zhu Muzhao hurriedly shouted, "Go and call Qingjue back. Go!" At this time, Zhu Qingjue was taking a nap at Tianyuan Terrace near Taishi Tower. When he heard that Yu Shu was awake, he immediately ran over. Seeing that she was crazy, he stuffed a pill into her mouth and poured water down her throat without saying anything. After taking the pill, Yu Shu quickly calmed down. She panted slightly and opened her eyes to look at Zhu Muzhao. She breathed in and out and tried hard to speak, "Shui, Shui Lingnan, he, Zhu Qingjue could not bear it and interrupted her, "Don't talk. Have a good rest." Yu Shu's lips trembled and she stubbornly said, Xiang. Shui Lingnan colluded with Prince Xiang. Zhu Muzhao gently pushed his son aside and leaned forward to listen. Jing Qin. Jing Qin was ambushed on his way to the capital. It was Prince Xiang who leaked his whereabouts. "Don't kill, it's..." Shui Lingnan did not kill Jing Qin because he wanted to lure Yunhua out. He did not expect Jing Qin to be saved by her. Taishu Academy. The murder case in Taishu Academy was committed by Shui Lingnan and Prince Xiang was an accomplice. With every sentence she said, Zhu Muzhao's expression became more solemn. Although he suspected these things before, he could not confirm it. Now that she said it, it became the truth. "I know. You should rest." He raised his hand in the air and gently patted her shoulder. However, he saw her squinting her eyes and drooping eyelids. She slowly told him another thing. Yunhua. Shui Rui. Ningdong City. Yunhua and Shui Rui went to Ningdong City to seek refuge with King of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying. After listening to this last sentence, when Zhu Muzhao raised his head again, the way he looked at her was immediately different. She seemed to have exhausted all the strength in her body. She closed her eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. Zhu Qingjue did not understand. He squatted down and felt her pulse. He was amazed. "I thought that even if she woke up, she would become a madwoman. I really did not expect that she did not cry or make a fuss." "Father, don't worry. I don't think she will seek death." Zhu Muzhao nodded. He got up and walked out. "You stay here tonight and watch her. Don't let anything happen to her. If she wakes up, talk to her and comfort her. Don't ask her about what happened in the prison." "Ah, Father." Zhu Qingjue raised his hand. He wanted to say that he had not slept for 2 days. She was not in danger and did not need him to accompany her. However, Zhu Muzhao left in a flash and did not give him a chance to protest. Chapter 788. Yu Shu lay in Supreme Dawn Tavern for half a month, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Zhu Muzhao sent someone to the Yu residence to report that she was safe, but he did not allow her family to visit. Zhu Qingjue would come to take her pulse every day, but after she woke up, the matter of changing her dressing was handed over to the maidservant. He followed his father's instructions. Every time he came to visit her, as long as she was awake, he would accompany her and talk to her to relieve her boredom. Zhu Qingjue felt that his father's actions were superfluous because she did not need anyone to accompany her. No matter what he said, she did not respond. At first, he thought that she was stimulated by being in prison, but later he found that she was simply too lazy to talk to him. Just like now. "Ahem, how are you today? Did you take the medicine? Raise your hand and try. Do your bones still hurt?" Yu Shu was sitting on the bed, wearing a loose robe. One of her arms was exposed and had just been changed. She looked at the green trees outside the window. When she heard his words, she just raised her hand. She did not say anything, nor did she cry out in pain. "What about your foot?" She stretched out one of her legs from the quilt to show him. The splint on her ankle had just been removed yesterday. Zhu Qingjue's secret bone-breaking ointment was very effective. It should be known that her ankle was completely twisted, but he was able to put it back. It had only been half a month, and her bones had already grown back. Do you have a headache? Yushu shook her head, silently indicating that she did not feel any pain. Zhu Qingjue rolled his eyes and stretched out his hand to remove the white gauze on her forehead. As soon as he moved, she immediately reacted and pushed his hand away, not letting him touch. Since she looked in the mirror 10 days ago, she refused to let anyone see her forehead again. He tried to sneak up on her when she was asleep. As soon as he touched her head a little, she immediately woke up. He still remembered how terrifying her eyes were at that time. He knew that this was her weakness, so he patiently tried to reason with her. I just want to take a look to see how the wound is healing. What are you afraid of? I don't think you are ugly. Yushu turned around, coldly glanced at him, and spat out 2 words, no. Zhu Qingjue gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but say, it's just a disfigurement. What's there not to see? Are you going to cover your head for the rest of your life? Yushu was neither embarrassed nor angry. She just turned her head and ignored him. Zhu Qingjue was amused by her. He stood up and walked to the window and sat down, blocking her view. Unexpectedly, she simply closed her eyes. He pretended to be asleep. The house was quiet for a while. Only the chirping of cicadas could be heard in the trees outside, and the sunlight pierced through. Zhu Qingjue looked at her translucent and glowing profile and abruptly opened her mouth to tell her, last night, the emperor passed away in Huazhen Garden. The grievous news reached the capital overnight. Early that morning, the funeral bell was rung at the Meridian Gate. Outside the imperial palace, the streets were hung with white banners. Yushu looked at him in a daze. His Majesty passed away. Zhu Qingjue nodded. Taking advantage of the fact that she was willing to speak, he said a few more words. There are some things that my father doesn't allow others to tell you. He's afraid that it will affect your recovery, but I think you should know about it. Don't be too surprised when I tell you. She gently nodded, indicating that she was listening. The Prince of Dongjing wanted to rebel. Someone saw the long-lost Shui Rui next to him. The court accused Prime Minister Shui of colluding with the rebels and secretly sending money to Ningdong City. Prime Minister Shui was imprisoned in the Supreme Court and was personally tried by Grand Tutor Yin. Who would have thought that he would be implicated in the 2 murder cases of the Grand Historian's Library last year? Now, we're just waiting for the Crown Prince to return to the capital to make a decision. After he finished speaking, he quietly observed her expression. He saw that her expression was cold, as if she was unmoved. He recalled that she and Shui Rui had once treated each other with sincerity and called each other brother and sister. Moreover, he heard that the reason she suffered so much hardship this time was also because of Shui Rui's younger sister. Hey, are you all right? Yushu lowered her eyes and softly said, I'm fine. She paused and then said, what can happen to me? I know that the person who harmed me will not have a good ending, so I can't be happier. Zhu Qingjue couldn't see that she was happy at all. The atmosphere in the room was strange. He couldn't stay any longer, so he casually found an excuse to leave. Without a noisy voice in the room, no one would disturb Yushu's thoughts. She sat quietly for a while and then lifted the quilt. She slowly walked to the window and sat down. She turned her head and looked at her slightly hazy face in the bronze mirror. She raised her hand to touch the scarf on her forehead and gently pulled it down. In the middle of her eyebrows, there was a flesh scar that was half an inch long. It was a deep red color and looked like a tightly closed eye. It was indescribably demonic. When she looked at this scar, she could clearly remember the torture she experienced in those 2 days and 2 nights. But strangely, she didn't feel fear at all. Instead, she felt her blood boil and there was some kind of desire that was about to come out of her body. She quickly reached out and covered her reflection in the mirror. She slowly adjusted her breathing and regained her calmness. She was distracted by a thought: Emperor Zhao Qing had passed away. The great promotion point would soon need her. When Zhu Muzhao walked in from outside, he saw her sitting in front of the mirror in a daze. He stopped at the door and frowned. "Why did you get out of bed? Didn't I tell you to rest well?" Yushu calmly picked up the scarf that had fallen to the ground and tied it back around her forehead. She turned around and said, "I've slept for more than 10 days. I've slept enough. When do you plan on letting me go home?" Zhu Muzhao walked in with his hands behind his back. He stood by the window and looked at the Celestial Commissioner. "The Emperor passed away last night. I've already heard. When the Crown Prince returns to the capital tomorrow, I want you to testify against Shui Lingnan. Are you willing?" He turned around to look at her, waiting for her to make the right choice. Would she stand on the side of the Celestial Commissioner or against him? Yushu gently fluttered her eyelashes and sarcastically raised the corner of her mouth. "What do you want me to testify against him? That he harmed Jing Qin, that he indiscriminately killed the innocent, or that he spied on the secrets of the imperial family? I can testify to all of these. He doesn't really need her to be a witness. He wants to take this opportunity to make a clean break with the past." He hands her the sharpened knife and asks her to stab the Shui family for the last time and never waver from then on. Half a month ago, she woke up from a nightmare. Her mind was unprecedentedly clear. The heavy fog that shrouded her eyes was pushed away. She suddenly seemed to be enlightened and saw everything clearly. She knew that Titian wanted to pass his position to her not just because she was the one who broke his life. More importantly, he saw that she and Yunhua's 2 sons were bound together. It was difficult to get rid of the karma. He thought that she could find the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren for him. What's more, one day, she would be willing to give birth to the Tai Bone of Destiny and ascend to the peak of power. Have you thought about it? Zhu Muzhao stared at her calm eyes, but he did not see any hesitation. What is there to think about? Yushu stood up with the support of the table and walked to his side. She looked at the Celestial Commissioner through the window lattice with him. It was like a maze of 9 palaces. On the other hand, the Crown Prince. Aren't you afraid that he will protect the Shui family and refuse to punish them? Zhu Muzhao smiled with satisfaction and said, "I have talked to the Crown Prince privately. The Celestial Commissioner will protect his throne. Throw away the abandoned Shui Lingnan. There is no pity." Yushu thought for a moment and guessed the whole story. "Did you deliberately stay in Huajian Garden to discuss terms with the Crown Prince? Why would he agree? The Crown Prince and the Shui family were tied in the same boat. If it wasn't for Shui Lingnan and Xiang Wang, he would not have become the Crown Prince. How do you think I convinced him?" Yushu closed her eyes and said, "The Crown Prince is a very suspicious person and is also a fickle person. You only need to tell him that Shui Lingnan and the Prince of Xiang are secretly colluding. Even if he becomes the emperor in the future, I'm afraid that it will be a wedding dress for someone else. Other than that, you must have told him the secret of the Fairy Maiden Lu Ren book." Zhu Muzhao gave her a look of approval and said, "Shui Lingnan and Xiang Wang made a mistake. They both hid the existence of the Fairy Maiden Lu Ren book from the Crown Prince. I told the Crown Prince that the Celestial Commissioner found the lost Fairy Maiden Lu Ren book, and lied to him that on the day of the ancestor worship, I led the next Grand Master to perform a divination and divine that he is the Son of Heaven. So even without the Shui family, he can still sit on the throne." He believed it. Why not? Even if it was a lie, as long as it was mutually beneficial, no one would try to expose it. Lotus Room. Zhu Muzhao called her by her name. He turned around with his back to the window and said in a drawn-out tone, "I've already paved the road for you. What's next? Don't disappoint me." With that, he patted her shoulder and strode away. Yushu stood in front of the window and watched his figure walk down the 9 Turns Bridge. Her eyes flashed and she muttered, "I hope that your heart is like mine. It is best that we do not betray each other." Yushu was carried into the Supreme Court in a palanquin. In fact, she could already walk, but the Grand Supervisor wanted her to pretend to be seriously injured and deliberately put on a show for others. For this reason, Zhu Qingju bandaged her from head to toe. On such a hot day, people would feel short of breath just by looking at her. However, Yushu did not need to deliberately pretend to be weak. Her face was so pale that it was not like a normal person's. Anyone could see that she had encountered a great disaster. The Shui family's case was not heard in public. Yesterday, the Crown Prince had escorted the Emperor's body back to the capital. Before the national funeral, he had taken the time to come to the hearing. However, Shui Lingnan was his maternal grandfather. In order to avoid suspicion, he retreated to the side and did not interfere with Yin Tianho and Guo Huayan's trial. In fact, Yushu was only there to go through the motions. It was unknown when the Grand Supervisor had gathered evidence. It turned out that an old servant who did odd jobs in the Taisha Library was a vanguard of Shui Lingnan's army 20 years ago. Later, he was reported to the court to have died in battle. However, he was secretly sent to the Taisha Library to be an informant and killed 2 innocent female students, Zhan Shuyuan and Chao Yuling. Shui Lingnan probably knew that he had lost his power. In the face of witnesses and material evidence, he stood proudly in front of people and showed disdain. Why would this old man want to kill 2 unrelated young girls? If you want to convict someone, you can always find a pretext. Yin Tianho sat behind the official table with a confession in his hand. He turned to look at Yushu sitting at the end of the table and said, "Celestial Commissioner Yushu, in your confession, you said that on the night of the 11th of May, you were arrested and taken to the Ministry of Justice's prison. Shui Lingnan privately set up a torture room and tortured you. Is this true?" "Yes." Yushu asked someone to help her stand up. She pointed at Shui Lingnan and said, "He personally told me that he had ordered people to kill the students of the Taisha Library." As the Prime Minister, Shui Lingnan was dissatisfied that the Celestial Commissioner's power was greater than the 6 ministries. He wholeheartedly wanted to provoke a dispute between the Yishui family and the Celestial Commissioner, so he started from the Taisha Library. The murdered Chao Yuling was the daughter of the Chao family of the 12 prefectures in the capital. Zhan Shuyuan was from the Jiangxi Yishui family of the Zhan family. Shui Lingnan wanted to shift the blame for their deaths to the Celestial Commissioner but had not found a suitable opportunity. The existence of the Book of Mystery made in Lu Ren could not be made public. He could only find another excuse. Just as Shui Lingnan said, if you want to convict someone, you can always find a pretext. Shui Lingnan turned around and stared sharply at Yushu. However, he refrained from refuting. He knew that if he told the secret of the Book of Mystery made in Lu Ren in public, not only would Prince Yang have nowhere to hide, but also his family would die without a complete corpse. As far as I know, the reason why you were put in the prison of the Ministry of Justice was because you destroyed someone's marriage. You let slaves hurt people on the street. Is this true? Guo Huayan couldn't blatantly exonerate Shui Lingnan. He could only change the topic and force Yushu to expose herself. The Shui family and the Zhou family bribed my subordinate Chao Renjia of the Kunling Bureau. They stole the seal of the former Right Commander Jing Qin and forged the official marriage document. It was a private marriage. I received the news and went to catch the criminal. What's wrong with that? Yushu asked. Guo Huayan wasn't in a hurry to summon other witnesses. He held on to her and said, "You said in your testimony that Prime Minister Shui tortured you in prison. Wasn't it because you kidnapped the bride and hid her?" You insisted on not telling where she was, so he tortured you. Yushu smiled coldly and said, Shui Lingnan tortured me not to find out the whereabouts of his granddaughter. He didn't know how he found out that I have the evidence of the Shui family colluding with Prince of Dongjing. So he tortured me to force me to hand it over. In just a few sentences, she had linked the case to the crime of the Shui family's rebellion. Her words were flawless. Shui Lingnan finally couldn't hold back and scolded her in a low voice, Don't slander me. I have nothing to do with the rebel Jiang family. Your Highness. He turned to look at the crown prince and said with a sad expression, My Shui family has evil intentions. Doesn't your Highness know it? Without waiting for the crown prince to answer, Yushu said, Now, you don't have to win the crown prince's sympathy. Whether you are loyal or not, the crown prince already knows. Shui Lingnan stared at the crown prince, unwilling to give up. The crown prince let out a long sigh and turned his head to avoid his gaze. In a heavy and disappointed tone, he said, I have already read the letter between you and the traitor Jiang Huaying. I really did not expect that my maternal grandfather would be delusional enough to usurp the throne. I have nothing to say. He said that he had nothing to say, but he had already made his attitude clear. Shui Lingnan's shoulders suddenly slumped. His face instantly aged 10 years. His hands trembled as he clutched his chest and hung his head. Even now, he could not believe that the crown prince he had single-handedly raised would bite back at him before he ascended to the throne. Seeing this scene, Yushu didn't feel the pleasure of revenge. Prime Minister Shui, who was once unattainable to her, was just an old man after losing his power. The reality made her realize one truth again. In this world, people without power were worse than dogs. To be continued. Chapter 789. May this year was destined to be a turbulent month. First, there was the news of Prince of Dongjing rebelling after the ancestral worship ceremony. Then, there was the death of Emperor Zhao Qing. Finally, Prime Minister Shui was accused of colluding with Prince of Dongjing and was imprisoned. The whole court was in turmoil. Yushu stayed in Taishi Building to recuperate for more than half a month. When she returned home, she saw the tears of two women. Zhao Hui and An Chui sat in front of her and cried for 2 hours. After this sudden change, the two of them unconsciously became close. Yushu could be said to be the pillar of the family. Since the news that she was imprisoned more than 10 days ago, the Yu resident seemed to have collapsed. Zhao Hui touched her from head to toe and said with tears, half a month ago, someone from the Celestial Commissioner came to pass a message. They said that you were seriously injured and it was inconvenient to move back home. They also didn't allow us to go to see you. Your mother had a dream that night. She dreamed that you were covered in blood. It was so scary. She was afraid that something bad would happen to you. Aunt Chui nodded in agreement. Yu Xiaoxiu blinked his eyes and looked at her. Yushu stretched out her arms and legs for them to see. She smiled and said, It's not that serious. I just got beaten and couldn't get up. The weather was hot. There was a cool place in the Celestial Commissioner's residence that was suitable for recuperation, so I didn't come back. She wouldn't tell them about her nightmarish experience in the Ministry of Justice's prison for 2 days and 2 nights. It would only make them sad. Thanks to Zhu Qingjua's elixir, although her injury didn't recover, it didn't look serious when she was wearing clothes. At this moment, if Zhao Hui rolled up her sleeves to take a look, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't faint from the hole in her arm, not to mention the ugly flesh scar on her forehead. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. He Fangji and Pei Jing said in unison. Yushu first comforted them and then asked, Did anything happen at home while I was away? She wasn't afraid of anything else, but she was afraid that someone would bully her family because they couldn't take it out on her. Everyone in the room instantly fell silent. Zhao Hui forced a smile and said, "It's okay, it's okay. What can happen? I just feel worried that I can't see you." Yu Shu immediately guessed that something had happened in the Fu when she was not at home, and it was not a small matter. Seeing that the elders were not willing to tell her, she turned her head and waved at Yu Xiaoxiu. "Xiaoxiu, come here. Tell me the truth. What happened to our family?" Yu Xiaoxiu was still young, so he couldn't hide his thoughts. After being coaxed by her, he told her the truth with red eyes. "Sister, after you went out that day, you didn't come back. Godfather and uncle heard the news that you were arrested and put in prison. In order to save you, they begged people everywhere, but they couldn't even see you. Less than 2 days later, a group of soldiers suddenly broke into our house. The fat leader said that you kidnapped his bride and said that they wanted to find her, so they searched the Fu. They couldn't find her, so they took a lot of valuable things at home. Even the birds in the garden were hurt. The most annoying thing was that they bullied several maidservants in the backyard. If I ran and I didn't stop them, Sister Akui would have been dragged away by them. It turned out that during the 2 days when she was put in prison, He Fangji and Pei Jing went out to find a way out. There were a group of old and weak women and children left at home. Zhou Yeda's youngest son, Zhou Nya, came with a group of Jinwu guards to collect debts. They smashed and robbed, and also molested several beautiful maidservants of the Yu mansion. Especially Akui Abe was very beautiful. Zhou Nya had evil thoughts when he saw her and immediately wanted to rob her. There were only 2 men left at home, Yu Xiaoxiu and Bai Ran. At this time, they stood up to stop him, so they were inevitably beaten. After hearing this, Yu Shu's face suddenly lit up. Only then did she find that there was a fist-sized bruise on Yu Xiaoxiu's chin near his neck. At first glance, she knew that he was beaten. She narrowed her eyes, held his chin and looked at it, and asked, "Where did they hit you?" Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head and said, "I just suffered a few punches, it doesn't matter. Ran's injuries are much more serious than mine. He was stabbed by a knife and is still lying in bed recuperating." Yu Shu frowned. Then she heard He Fangji sighed and said, "That child Bai Ran is also unyielding." When he saw that he couldn't stop that group of thieves, he hit the leader of the knife and saw blood on the spot. Fortunately, he was clever and knew that he was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Everyone thought that someone was killed, so they left in a panic. When your uncle and I came back at night, we found the house in a mess. When we heard about it, we were also very angry, but there was nothing we could do. Fortunately, Bai Ran's injury wasn't very serious. There was a cut on his waist, so I stitched it up. He will be fine after a month of rest. His tone was full of helplessness, while Yu Xiaoxiu looked like he was holding back his grievance. Yu Shu took a deep breath. She didn't get angry, nor did she say anything about revenge. Instead, she apologized, "It's all my fault for being impulsive. I didn't think it through and implicated you. We are a family, what are you talking about?" Zhao Hui glared at He Fangji. She was dissatisfied with him talking too much just now. She pinched Yu Shu's palm and said softly, "You just came back, don't be too tired. Lie down and rest. I will go to the kitchen and have a look. Tonight, I will cook something delicious for you. You see, you have become thin these days, and your face doesn't have any color. You really need to nourish yourself." As she spoke, she stood up and tugged at Aunt Chui. He Fangji and Pei Jing were all sent out, leaving only Yu Xiaoxiu to accompany her. Yu Shu lay flat on the bed. Yu Xiaoxiu obediently moved a small stool and sat by the bed. In his hand, he fanned her with a sandalwood fan. After a while, he reached out and gently touched her forehead. In a small voice, he asked, "Jia, why do you have a scarf wrapped around your head? Isn't it hot?" Yu Shu didn't push his hand away. She closed her eyes and said, I have a headache. It's comfortable to wear it. Then she praised him, Xiaoxiu has grown up. You really are my younger brother. You should be like this. When someone bullies our family, it is useless to hide. You and Bai Ran can stand out to protect those servant girls. That's what a man should be like. Yu Xiaoxiu embarrassedly scratched his head, but in his heart, he was happy. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard a series of "g" sounds. Kim Bao came out of nowhere and climbed onto the bed. He rolled to the side of Yushu's pillow. He gently wagged his fluffy little tail, as if he was acting like a spoiled child. "G." Yu Xiaoxiu stretched out his index finger and poked its forehead. He said sourly, I feed you every day, clean your cage, and when you get into trouble, I have to take a scolding for you. When have I ever seen you so intimate with me? Little white-eyed wolf. Yushu didn't need to open her eyes to feel the small softness near her neck. When she heard Yu Xiaoxiu's last scolding, she was slightly absent-minded. In her memory, Shuai also helplessly and indulgently said that she was a white-eyed wolf. At that time, they weren't together yet. He tried his best to treat her, but she pretended to be stupid. Thinking of the past, her expression softened. She smiled at Yu Xiaoxiu and said, no matter how good you are to her, it is useless if she doesn't appreciate it. If she has you in her heart, even if you don't see her, she will not forget you. She didn't know whether this sheath was referring to Kim Bao or herself. After chatting for a while, Yu Xiaoxiu started to yawn. He hadn't been able to sleep well these past few days. Seeing this, Yushu sent him back to his room to sleep and called a maidservant to serve him. Yundo brought the desserts that had just been steamed in the kitchen into the room. When she put them down, she heard Yushu ask her, where is little Kuei? She is in the kitchen boiling medicine for Bai Ran. Yundo was afraid that she would be angry, so she said a good word for Akiko Abe, there is no diligent servant in the young master's yard. She is grateful to Bai Ran for saving him a few days ago, so she took the initiative to do all the work. I just saw her in the kitchen. She just learned that you are back. She said that she brought medicine to Bai Ran and then came to kowtow to you. How could Yushu be angry? She shook her head and said, this time, you have been wronged because of me. That day, little Kuei must have been scared. Thanks to Bai Ran's wit, she drove away that group of bad people. Yundo's eyes quietly turned red. She lowered her head and said, we are not wronged. We are just afraid that if something happened to Miss, no one will care about us. It will be fine in the future. This kind of thing will not happen again. Yushu lightly promised. She turned her head and asked her to take the key to the money box to take a bag of golden beans. She gave it to the servant in the backyard. She also called Zhou Hu and asked him to follow Yundo to the warehouse to take out a box of silver ingots. When she went back, she gave 2 ingots to each of the guards who followed her to the prison that day. Lu Hong and Su Qing also had a share. Her marriage with Jing Chen was not successful. The dowry was brought back intact. This saved her a lot of money. At this time, she didn't feel bad about giving it away. In addition, the dowry from the princess's mansion and the Ministry of Rights were sent to her mansion. She was going to return it, but later she learned that it was the money from the palace, so she was asked to keep it. If she didn't take it, it would be a waste for her to not take it. Go and check what was lost or damaged in the mansion. Write it down and show it to me. Yushu ordered. The next day, she got the list and went to the Celestial Commissioner. First, she borrowed a few black-robed guards from the Celestial Commissioner. Then she asked Lu Hong to take her token to the Zongjingxi to pick 20 soldiers and weapons. Finally, she took Wen Shao and then went to the Zhou mansion. Yushu's sedan chair arrived at the gate of Zhou Yeda's house. The soldiers arranged themselves. She sat in the sedan chair and didn't move. She let Wen Xiao uncall the door. 2 days ago, the Supreme Court tried Shui Lingnan's case. The Shui family were all convicted. Zhou Yeda became honest and didn't jump up and down to find a sense of existence. The gate of the Zhou mansion was closed during the day. Wen Xiao called several times before someone answered. The black-robed guards had been instructed by Yu Shu in advance. Seeing that the side door was open, they stepped forward and kicked the door open without saying anything. They took out a servant and threw him in front of Wen Xiao. Wen Xiao looked down at the frightened servant and said with a black face, "The Kunling Bureau is here to arrest the criminal Zhou Nye. Quickly go and report." Chapter 790. When Yu Shu came to the door with great fanfare, Zhou Yeda and his family were having lunch in the backyard. Zhou Nye was also there. The steward ran in a panic and explained the situation outside. Zhou Nye was the first to smash his bowl and chopsticks and scolded, "That female Yiksha still dares to come. I think she hasn't had enough food in prison. Father, you don't have to worry about her. I will go out and teach her a lesson. Sit down." Zhou Yeda scolded him and said with a straight face, "It's all your fault for looking for trouble. You went to her house to make a fuss and caused a death. Aren't you courting death if you go out now?" "Master," Zhou Furan glared at her son and turned her head to Zhou Yeda, "Our son only accidentally injured a servant. Do you want him to pay with his life? In my opinion, this Yu Nuyu is too insensible. She's just a mere 5th-ranked official, yet she dares to come to our residence to seek trouble. Leoi, you should go see her and send her away." Zhou Yeda also felt that Yu Shu was too arrogant. It was true that the Shui family had collapsed, but he, the one surnamed Zhou, still had the merit of becoming a dragon. Why would he be afraid of a little girl? So he hurried forward, taking a few guards with him. When he arrived at the front gate, Zhou Yeda saw the formation outside and immediately recognized the black-robed guard standing in front. He couldn't help but frown and stare at the soft sedan in the middle of the crowd. He stood on the steps and asked in a loud voice, "I wonder what crime my son has committed that requires the Celestial Commissioner to come and arrest him." No matter what, he was a dignified 3rd-grade commander of the Imperial Guards of Imperial insignia. For a 5th-grade female official to bring her soldiers to his door and behave atrociously for whatever reason, it was an act of insubordination and overstepping her authority. Yu Shu sat in the sedan and did not speak. Wen Xiaoan walked forward and bowed to Zhou Yeda, saying, "Zhou Darren is too polite. My Darren is here today to arrest the criminal Zhou Nye, who forged official marriage documents and married without permission. He is also the 2nd young master of your residence. We are here to enforce the law. I hope that Darren will not make things difficult and quickly call your son out." Zhou Yeda was so angry that he laughed. He looked at him and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at me?" It was the Shui family who forged the official marriage document, so he wasn't afraid of them. Wen Xiaoan was neither embarrassed nor annoyed. He lowered his head and replied, "I am an administrator of the Kunling Bureau." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Zhou Yeda raise his leg and kick him in the waist, sending him tumbling over. Young Master Wen immediately rolled down the steps, clutching the spot where he had been kicked and inhaling air, but he didn't scream or yell. A snort came from the sedan chair. A few black-robed guards pulled out their swords and stepped forward, threatening Zhou Yeda. Zhou Yeda knew that the blackguards were not to be trifled with, so he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, letting the guards protect him in the center. He saw the curtain of the sedan lift, revealing half of Yu Shu's pale face, the other half was in the shadows. "Commander Zhou, are you trying to protect the criminal and obstruct my Kunling Bureau from handling the case?" Her voice was low and slow, with the femininity of a woman, but her tone wasn't weak at all. It contained a strong sense of warning. Zhou Yeda sneered, when the Kunling Bureau is handling a case, the right commander should personally handle it. You are just a silly little girl. You are just using a chicken feather as a command arrow, but you dare to come to my door and behave atrociously. You have overstepped your authority. Do you believe that I will call the Jinwu guards here right now and put you in prison again? For the sake of the chief commander's face, get out of the sedan chair now, apologize to me, and I can consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. As he spoke, he took the token and sent someone to summon the Jinwu guards from the nearby barracks. Half of it was to scare Yushu, and the other half was to prevent the soldiers outside from colliding. Yushu's hand rested on the windowsill, her slender index finger slowly tapping. She didn't stop them, nor did she show weakness. She waited for Zhou Yeda to send someone over. She sat quietly in the sedan chair and waited. After about the time it took to eat a meal, the servants of the Zhou residence came back with a group of guards. The number of people was more than twice the number of soldiers that Yushu had brought. There were about 40 to 50 people. Zhou Yeda suddenly had confidence and was no longer afraid of the blackguard. He raised 2 fingers and pointed at Yushu in the sedan chair. He said sternly, I will count to 3. If you don't get out by then, don't blame me for being impolite. 3. After the count of 3, Yushu's sedan chair was still in place. Zhou Yeda couldn't back down. Even though he didn't want to make a big deal out of this, if he let her go like this, everyone would think that he was a coward who was afraid of the Celestial Commissioner. If he couldn't even deal with a woman, how could he stay in the officialdom? The Crown Prince was about to ascend the throne, how could he have the face to climb up? Emperor Qing had passed away and his body had to be sent back to the capital. It had to be laid in the palace for 49 days before being sent to the imperial mausoleum for burial. The Crown Prince had to mourn for 3 months before he could ascend the throne. Historically, a new emperor brought a new court. This meant that the position of the Celestial Commissioner's chief commander would be replaced in at most 3 months. Thinking about it this way, the chief commander, who was not far from leaving his position, was no different from a tiger with its teeth pulled out. He didn't need to be as timid as he was in the past. Zhou Yeda thought about it further and his expression became more and more unfriendly. He immediately ordered, take them all down and escort them to the Celestial Commissioner. Today, I will seek justice from the chief commander. With this order, the Jinwu guards, who were used to obeying orders, rushed forward without hesitation. The officials brought by Yushu didn't resist and obediently allowed themselves to be captured. The black-robed guards didn't do anything at all. They just guarded the sedan chair and didn't let anyone get close. But Zhou Yeda thought that Yushu was afraid and after gaining the upper hand, she forced them to turn the sedan chair around. He immediately ordered the servants to bring the horses and escorted the group of people to the Imperial Astronomer's office. He led the group to the gate of the Celestial Commissioner and was stopped by the guards at the side of the gate. Zhou Yeda didn't force his way in. He dismounted and said, send someone in to inform the chief commander that the Jinwu guards, Zhou Yeda, is here to punish you. There was no turning back. With the scorching sun over his head, he looked up at the tall plaque of the Celestial Commissioner. Surprisingly, he didn't feel any fear. If this was half a month ago and the old emperor was still alive, he didn't believe that he would be able to stand at the gate of the Celestial Commissioner and curse. After waiting for a moment, the main gate of the Celestial Commissioner was slowly pushed open from the inside. Zhu Muzhao, who was wearing a plain morning, walked out of the gate. Only Ren Qiming and 2 armed guards followed behind him. He walked slowly to the sun and looked around the gate that was blocked by the Jinwu guards. His eyes fell on Zhou Yeda, who looked like he was going to punish him. He said coldly, Commander Zhou, why are you shouting in front of the Celestial Commissioner's gate? Zhou Yeda swallowed his saliva and tried his best to keep a straight face. He hurriedly bowed to him and stood up to complain, "Chief Commander, you may not know this. This morning, a female imperial official from the Kunling Bureau brought her soldiers to my mansion to pick a fight. She slandered my son as a criminal. Without any evidence, she insisted on arresting him. May I ask, Chief Commander, is this how the Celestial Commissioner allows her subordinates to handle the case?" He had already thought it through. If the Chief Commander was covering up for Yushu, he would make a scene in front of the Crown Prince and let the Crown Prince see how arrogant the Celestial Commissioner was. He didn't believe that the Chief Commander could cover up the truth with one hand. Zhu Muzhao didn't respond to his words and asked to the side, "Lianfeng, you speak." Zhou Yeda turned his head and saw that Yushu had gotten off the sedan chair at some point. Her hair was disheveled and there was a scarf tied around her forehead. Her loose robe made her look skinny, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. Replying to Grand Secretary, Yushu replied unhurriedly, "Previously, the young miss of the rebellious official Xuelingnan's residence and Commander Zhou's son were engaged. The official marriage document that Commander Zhou took out that day was forged. It was a brush supervisor of my Kunling Bureau who was bribed and stole the previous Right Commander's seal to issue the document." She glanced at Zhou Yeda and said, "That brush supervisor who stole the seal has already admitted that he was first threatened by Xuelingnan and then received a bribe of 500 taels from Zhou Nya. The law states that forging an official marriage document is an additional crime compared to adultery without a matchmaker. Both the man and the woman should be arrested. The light punishment is 30 strokes of the stick. The heavy punishment is that the man will have to serve and the woman will be sent to a nunnery to cultivate. I acted according to the law and went to arrest Zhou Nya today. What crime did I commit? On the contrary, Commander Zhou was unforgiving and sent the Jin Wu guards to arrest me. He looked down on the Celestial Commissioner and publicly used force during the period of national mourning. Such treason and heresy should be punished with death. What was a national mourning? It was when the Emperor and Empress held a funeral and the entire country mourned. Marriages, banquets, and wars were forbidden. Inside and outside the capital, even the military camps stopped training. Fighting and using force were even more forbidden within the city. Zhou Yeda's expression changed slightly when a big hat was put on his head. He rushed to say, "It was clearly you who offended your superior and overstepped your authority first. How can you blame me for using force without authorization? Don't you know that the Jin Wu guards are the imperial army of the capital and have the right to enforce the law?" Yushu shook her head and turned to Zhu Muzhao, saying, "The Grand Secretary has heard it. This lowly official has nothing to say against Commander Zhou's sophistry. I hope you can make the decision." Zhu Muzhao looked coldly at the self-righteous Zhou Yeda and waved his hand. A group of Yulin royal guards in light armor suddenly rushed out from the opposite street corner. There were about 100 of them and they surrounded the Jin Wu guards outside the Celestial Commissioner's door. Zhou Yeda turned pale with fright. He turned to look around and saw the left commander of the Yulin royal guards, Yin Yuanrong, standing out like a crane among chickens. Yin Yuanrong rode on a horse and passed through the parted crowd. He stopped a few steps away and lowered his head to look at Zhou Yeda. He raised his eyebrows slightly and teased, "I have long heard that the Jin Wu guards are tyrannical. Now that I have finally seen them, they really live up to their reputation." Although the Yulin royal guards and the Jin Wu guards were both part of the imperial army, the former was the emperor's personal guard. Their military strength was more than twice that of the Jin Wu guards and their authority was even higher than the Jin Wu guards. The two groups of people usually did not see eye to eye with each other. Some time ago, Zhou Yeda defected to the Crown Prince and even the Jin Wu guards became arrogant. Yin Yuanrong had been swallowing his anger these days and had long wanted to teach them a lesson. Zhou Yeda forced himself to be calm and questioned him, "Yin Yuanrong, what are you trying to do?" Yin Yuanrong sneered, "I am on duty today and happened to pass by here." I saw someone abusing his military power during the national mourning period and threatening the Celestial Commissioner. What do you think I am trying to do? Yulin Royal Guards, listen to my order. Capture all these rebels and bring them away. Seeing the Yulin Royal Guard swarming forward, the Jinwu Guards were no match for them. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen of them were taken down. Zhou Yeda did not have time to escape and was kicked down by Yin Yuanrong. He rolled on the ground twice and just happened to be lying at the feet of Yushu. Lu Hong and Su Qing, who were guarding behind her, pressed down on his shoulders. He was completely stunned. This scene was so familiar. More than half a month ago, this was how Yushu was lured to the gates of the Zhou residence and was caught like a turtle in a jar. Yushu lifted the hem of her robe and squatted in front of Zhou Yeda. She lowered her eyes and looked down at him. In a gentle and slow voice, she said, I forgot to inform Commander Zhou that I am now the right commander of the Kunling Bureau. You are of the 3rd rank and I am also of the 3rd rank. How can I be insubordinate and overstep my authority? After being hit on the head, Zhou Yeda finally came to his senses. He had fallen into a trap and would most likely not be able to return today. Cold sweat broke out and he struggled with all his might to shout, Yin Yuanrong. You and the Celestial Commissioner colluded to frame me. I want to see the Crown Prince. I want to sue you for forming a clique to eradicate dissidents. I want to see the Crown Prince. Yin Yuanrong ignored him and directly had someone stuff a sweat towel into his mouth to stop him from talking nonsense. Lu Hong and Su Qing picked Zhou Yeda up from the ground. Yushu brushed the dust off Zhou Yeda's shoulder and said softly, Have a safe journey, Commander Zhou. When we meet again in the future, you must remember to be more polite to me. I'm not the kind of person who likes to hold grudges. After saying this, she stepped aside and handed him over to the Yulin Royal Guards. She walked back behind Zhu Muzhao. Ren Qiming glanced at her with a complicated gaze and then looked at the carefree De Tiao. He knew that the other had already made a decision and could only sigh at his bad luck. Yin Yuanrong took Zhou Yeda away while Zhu Muzhao took Yushu into the palace to see the Crown Prince. A little later, the Crown Prince listened to him narrate the process of Zhou Yeda abusing his military power. He didn't even frown as he said, This one has heard more than once that Zhou Yeda is arrogant. Earlier, he suppressed the rebellion of Ning Wang's subordinates and thought that he had made a great contribution. He became even more disgraceful and dared to lead troops to surround the Celestial Commissioner. Fu Wang's corpse hasn't even turned cold yet and he has such rebellious behavior. He really deserves to be killed. Pass on this one's decree to remove Zhou Yeda from his position as the commander of the Jinwu Guards and send him to the Supreme Court to be imprisoned. He will be punished after Fu Wang's burial. Zhou Yeda being removed from his position meant that the position of commander of the Jinwu Guards was now empty. The Crown Prince could have sent a more obedient person to fill it. He didn't need to act personally to take care of a troublemaker who was proud of his achievements. Killing a chicken to warn the monkey would not bring about a bad reputation. Why not? Yushu was used to seeing the Crown Prince kill the donkey when it was no longer of use. She didn't feel any sympathy for the death of the rabbit. Zhu Muzhao had long set an example for her. What she was going to walk in the future was the dead end of being a puppet of imperial power. Many thanks to Your Highness the Crown Prince for helping this subject, Zhu Muzhao respectfully thanked the Crown Prince. He turned to the side to reveal Yushu behind him. He said, Previously, Lianfang was meritorious in exposing the Shui family. This subject has made an exception to promote her to the position of Right Commander of the Celestial Commissioner, in charge of the matters of Kunling Bureau. He was reporting to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's gaze turned to Yushu. He first noticed her snow-white complexion and then saw the scarf on her head. He remembered her other identity and asked in an unusually gentle tone, Have your injuries not healed yet? Yushu touched her forehead and answered, replying to Your Highness, this subject suffered a disaster earlier and left a scar on my face. I was afraid that I would startle you, so I used this to cover my disgrace. Oh. The crown prince suspiciously reached out to touch her forehead. Let me see. Yushu's fingers trembled, but she didn't stop him. She let him take off the scarf. Seeing his shocked expression as he stared at her forehead, she quickly lowered her head. The crown prince was stunned for a moment before he moved his gaze from her face to the side. He thought it was a pity, but he comforted her, "It doesn't matter. I saw that the scar is between your eyebrows. If I didn't look carefully, it would look like a flower that was deliberately drawn between your eyebrows. You don't have to care too much about other people's opinions." Zhu Muzhao heard this and looked at Yushu's forehead. He felt that the crown prince wasn't lying. Her half-inch long scar was between her eyebrows. The scar was dark red and was a long and thin diamond shape. It didn't look ugly, but it looked out of place. "Thank you, Your Highness," Yushu softly said. The crown prince handed the scarf to her, but she didn't tie it back. Instead, she revealed the scar until she followed the Grand Commissioner out of the palace. The two of them walked on the official road outside the Meridian Gate and whispered to each other. "This time, the crown prince won't have the idea of taking you into the harem." Yushu touched the bump between her eyebrows and smiled. "The crown prince wants to imitate the holy ancestor. Unfortunately, I'm a disfigured person. The harem can't accommodate me." Chapter 791. The short 3-month national mourning was only a few days for the common people, but for the officials in the court, a day felt like a year. In June, the once illustrious Shui family was convicted. For the sake of noble consort Shui, the crown prince gave them a way out and didn't execute their entire family. After the confiscation, Shui Lingnan was imprisoned in the heavenly prison. The rest of the male members of the Shui family were banished to the army. The female members of the family were sent to the clean water nunnery on Mount Amei to shave their hair and become nuns. The housekeepers and servants were sent to the House of Offerings to be sold. In early July, Emperor Zhao Qing was buried in the imperial mausoleum. Crown Prince Liu Tan proclaimed himself emperor and dismissed the former emperor's harem. The former Empress Rui Shi became the Empress Dowager and moved into the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. Her birth mother Shui Shi became the Empress Dowager of the West and was granted a residence in Ziwei Palace. The Ascension ceremony was scheduled to be held in September. On the first day of the new emperor's reign, Grand Tutor Yin took the initiative to hand over the military seal in his hands, requesting to retire. The new emperor was grateful for his hard work and contributions. Although he took over his military power, he did not allow him to leave the capital and return home. Instead, he was conferred the title of Marquis Rong'an, allowing him to retire in the capital. He did not blame the Yin family because of Ning Wang's earlier struggle for power. This action earned the new emperor a reputation of benevolence. Emperor Zhao Qing left behind many children. The older ones like Lu Si and Lu Du were conferred the title of prefectural prince and were given the title of feudal official. The younger ones, Lu Chan and Lu Qi, were given royal residences in Anling City and moved out of the palace. In the 8th month of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the emperor was about to leave the country for his funeral. The new emperor went out of the palace to make a private visit, but he encountered an assassin in the marketplace. Fortunately, the Celestial Commissioner had foreseen this disaster. The bodyguards hidden in the dark caught the assassin on the spot and sent him to the Ministry of Penalty for interrogation. The next day, he confessed that it was the Prince of Xiang who instigated it. Soon after, someone exposed that the Prince of Xiang was raising assassins in the courtyard. The Yulin Royal Guards led troops to investigate and unexpectedly found a large amount of weapons and gunpowder. It was like poking a hornet's nest, causing many officials to fall from their positions. Duke Xiang was taken away by the Yulin Royal Guards at the Dingbo Hall and sent to the imperial court to be locked up. Under the Celestial Commissioner Office was the Clan Administrative Department, which was in charge of the royal family's genealogy, salary, rewards and punishments, sacrifices, and other affairs. This place had always been a place where the relatives of the royal family would tremble in fear at the mere mention of it. Countless descendants of the royal family had gone there and never returned. From the moment Prince Yang was captured to the time he was locked up, he only said one sentence: "I want to see the great advisor." The next afternoon, Zhu Muzhao brought Yu Shu to the clan official prison and saw Prince Yang, who was at the end of his rope. The prison cell that had been used to detain many important people was very spacious. There were beds and chairs, and there was even a tea set on the table. The bucket at the corner of the wall was washed by the prison guards every day. Even so, to Prince Yang, who was used to living in luxury, it was still too simple and crude. In just one night, he looked haggard, but his demeanor was undamaged. When they came in, he was sitting at the table making tea. The water was boiled by the jailer from the well, and the tea leaves were ordinary bilyuokun. His hands were very steady. When he heard their footsteps, he looked up and saw Zhu Muzhao standing outside the cell door. He did not show any sign of bitterness or hatred. "Did Prince sleep well last night?" Zhu Muzhao took the initiative to greet him. Even though the evidence of Prince Yang's treason was conclusive, he did not show any signs of neglect. Prince Yang smiled faintly and told him the truth: "Slightly hot and stuffy, I did not sleep well." Yu Shu stood silently at one side. She knew that there was no room for her to interfere in the game between the two of them. She was only here today to be a witness, to witness this man who was once one step away from the throne. How did he endure until today? Zhu Muzhao asked the jailer to open the cell door and walked in alone. He sat opposite Prince Yang and picked up the tea that he had just brewed. He lowered his head and sniffed. His eyes squinted from the smell of the tea, and he praised, "Prince Yang is still the same. No matter what you do, you are always meticulous." Prince Yang said self-deprecatingly, "It is a pity that no matter how hard I work and how hard I try, I will not be able to get what I should not get." 20 years ago, he originally thought that the throne should be his. Even though Emperor Zhao Qing was older than him, he was mediocre in nature and did not have his talents nor his reputation. But in the end, Imperial Father passed the throne to his mediocre elder brother and betrothed the girl he liked to someone else. Why is Prince Yang doing this? Zhu Muzhao advised kindly, "Isn't it good to know your place and be an idle prince? His Majesty feels that he owes you and has never wronged you all these years." You used the Ministry of Provision to raise spies and manipulated the merchants to amass wealth. Do you think that His Majesty does not know about it? He only did not want to fight with your brother, so he turned a blind eye to it. Who said that Emperor Zhao Qing was muddle-headed? No matter how lacking he was, he could not be compared to the previous emperors who would go down in history, but he had one thing that surpassed Prince Yang, and that was that he had a magnanimous heart. Prince Yang became silent and gripped the teacup in his hand tightly. Scenes of the past flashed through his mind, but he had no words to refute his words. Because his imperial brother was indeed magnanimous towards him. He was not willing to become a vassal state, so he granted him the prince's residence to stay in the capital. He opened the Ministry of Provision and was allowed to buy and sell sinful slaves. He loved to have fun, so he built the Ding Bo Hall for him to have fun every night. It was not that he did not have feelings for all these, but he just could not swallow it and was not willing to be a carefree, idle prince. The winner is the king and the loser is the thief. I have nothing to regret. Prince Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. I did not lose to my imperial brother, nor did I lose to Lu Tan. I lost to the Celestial Commissioner and lost to that volume of the Book of Mysterious Maiden Lu Ren. As he said that, he suddenly asked, "How is my imperial nephew going to deal with me?" Zhu Muzhao's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, "His Majesty is not as benevolent as the late emperor." Prince Yang instantly understood that the new emperor would not let him live. However, his expression was calm and he did not panic. He turned his head and looked at Yu Shu, who was standing outside the door. A sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He leaned forward slightly and whispered to Zhu Muzhao, "With only the Book of Mysterious Maiden Lu Ren and no Destiny Tai Bone, can the Celestial Commissioner really stand tall and not fall?" Zhu Muzhao furrowed his brows suddenly. "There is no need to be so surprised. The secrets that Shui Lingnan knows were all leaked to him by me." Prince Yang blinked his eyes and said happily, "Tell me, how can I not leave a way out for myself?" Zhu Muzhao looked at him in disbelief and realized that he had always underestimated the man in front of him. "You have been in charge of the Celestial Commissioner for so many years and know so many secrets. Have you thought about it carefully? Since the Destiny Tai Bone was born from the Graydon disaster and the Fate Breaker, then at the beginning of the country, Empress Ningjin had the Book of Mysterious Maiden Lu Ren. Where did she get the Destiny Tai Bone?" Zhu Muzhao's expression became solemn. He had thought of this question long ago, but he had never been able to dig out the truth. Let me tell you. The Destiny Tai Bone in Empress Ningjin's hands is the combination of her and Emperor Anwu's blood. Did you not realize that the two Graydon disasters were men with the blood of the imperial family, and the Fate Breaker was an extraordinary woman who was like Empress Ningjin? Do you believe it? It doesn't have to be the Graydon calamity and the Fate Breaker to be able to give birth to the Destiny Grand Bone. If we can find the bloodline of the previous Fate Breaker and make peace with the descendants of the imperial family, we might not be able to give birth to a perfect Destiny Grand Bone, but it might have a similar effect. After listening to Prince Yang's words, Zhu Muzhao's heart was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, rippling. He restrained himself and waited for Prince Yang to unravel the mystery. 100 years ago, the Fate Breaker was the female general Gongsun Jing. She had a son with Prince Yuanjing, and he fell into the hands of the Celestial Commissioner. Later, Gongsun Jing died, and Prince Yuanjing disappeared. The entire Gongsun family was executed, and only Gongsun Jing's younger brother escaped. He was sent out of the capital by a loyal servant, and lived in seclusion. I have spent a lot of manpower over the years, and finally found the descendant of the Gongsun family. Duke Xiang slowly got up and walked to the back of Zhu Muzhao. He leaned over and whispered into his ear, "I picked a girl who has the blood of the Life Destroyer and let her give birth to my imperial brother's flesh and blood. Do you want that child?" Zhu Muzhao suddenly opened his eyes, and turned his head, his sharp gaze piercing the person behind him. Prince Yang raised his hand and pressed on his shoulder, and said in a light tone, "You should know that what I said is the truth. I can give that girl and the child to you, but you have to promise me something first." "What do you want?" Zhu Muzhao asked without thinking, and did not laugh at his fantasy. "What if what I want is the throne?" "Impossible." I am joking with you. What I want is a way to live. I believe you have a way to hide from my imperial nephew's eyes and ears, and send my family of 3 far away from the capital." Zhu Muzhao closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He nodded slightly, and considered to have agreed to his request. Prince Yang relaxed and sat back down, and raised the teapot to refill his cup. Zhu Muzhao was not in the mood to stay and taste the tea. He looked deeply at him and left. Yu Shu stood outside the prison cell, and waited for him to come out. She followed, and returned to Tai Shi Lu without a word. Taishu really wants to let Prince Yang leave the capital? She had heard it clearly from outside the prison cell. Prince Yang could be said to not judge a book by its cover. He knew the secrets of the Dan dynasty better than the emperor. He had eyes and ears, but did not succeed in his rebellion. It could only be said that he was a bit unlucky. If what he said is true, then what's the harm in letting him go? Zhu Muzhao's emotions were not as calm as he appeared. Even if the Destiny Grand Bone that Prince Yang had created in his wildest dreams might not be useful, he still had to obtain it. Prince Yang is not a problem, Zhu Muzhao rubbed the space between his brows, his face showing tiredness. I am worried about Prince Dongjing. According to my divination, the war in the north is coming. After the mourning of the country, Jiang Huaying will make a move. He has 200,000 men under him. If they all move out, with the help of Yun Hua and the left auxiliary star, the rebel army will attack the capital one day. The emperor is still too young. Even with the help of the Celestial Commissioner, he may not be able to suppress Prince Dongjing. He raised his head to look at Yu Shu, and solemnly said to her, I will not force you to find Jing Qin, but if you have the chance, you must get the Fairy Maiden Lu Ren book. You must always remember, Celestial Commissioner lives and dies with Duan. Yu Shu knelt by his feet, I will not disappoint you. Zhu Muzhao nodded, his tired body leaning against the back of the chair. Go, I will rest for a while. Yu Shu nodded, excused herself, and walked out of Supreme Dawn Tower. She stood alone on the Nine Turns Bridge that was shrouded in mist, narrowing her eyes as she gazed at the red sun setting in the west. The sunset glow reflected on her face, rendering the cinnabar mark between her eyebrows bright red and enchanting. At the beginning of the 9th month, the new emperor ascended the throne. In the same year, he changed his title to Chongzhen, and the empress was Xia Jiang. After the coronation, Emperor Chongzhen granted amnesty to the world, amended the 32 laws, reduced corvée and taxes, and implemented benevolent policies. The next month, the Celestial Commissioner, Zhu Muzhao, resigned from his position, and recommended the right commander Yu Shu to take over. Emperor Chongzhen approved. In the 13th year of Zhao Qing, the female oracle Yu Shu became the youngest great commissioner in the history of Duan, and was recorded in the annals of history. Almost at the same time, an urgent report came from the north, saying that Prince Dongjing had formed his own army in Ningdong City, separated the 5 counties in the northeast, and proclaimed himself as the Great Yan. Since the founding of the divine ancestor, peace had been maintained for 300 years, and the Yan dynasty was divided. After that, the Great Yan dynasty and the Great Yan fought against each other, and the war lasted for 3 years. In the 4th year of Emperor Chongzhen, the soldiers of Duan were defeated on the battlefield, and 100,000 Yan soldiers knocked on the gate of Baoding Prefecture, and with irresistible force, they arrived at the capital. Within the Celestial Commissioner in the afterglow of the setting sun, a few Celestial Commissioners ran to the 9 zigzag bridge in a panic and came to the door of the Taishi Tower, but were stopped by the guards. They were so anxious that they were sweating profusely, and could only shout outside the door, the rebel army has reached the outskirts of Anling City, and His Majesty refused to leave the capital to seek refuge. He brought 3,000 imperial guards and personally went to the gate of Sky Bearing. The bamboo curtain on the door was lifted, and 2 pretty maids dressed in white walked out with their heads bowed. The people waiting outside the door made way for them, unconsciously revealing looks of awe and respect in their eyes. A moment later, a wisp of purple smoke leaped into view. Layers of clothes fluttered on the ground, and the rings on her waist jingled. A slender and tall figure slowly walked out of the Taishi Tower. Did you find out who the commander of the Yan army outside the city is? Immediately, someone came forward and answered, it is said that it is the sworn brother of the Yan Emperor, Prince of Chongping, Lu Shining. He is known as the #1 military advisor of the Great Yan, and rumor has it that he is an expert in military strategy, and he is the son of the imperial advisor of the Great Yan, Lu Yan. Imperial Secretary, I'm afraid that His Majesty will be in danger this time. It is chaotic outside, and many officials in the capital have packed their belongings and are preparing to flee for their lives. What should we do now? The setting sun was glaring, and Yu Shu closed her eyes. She could hear her own strong heartbeat, and she took a deep breath. Where are the black-robed guards? As soon as she finished speaking, a few black-robed guards appeared from both sides of the Taishi Tower, and they knelt down with their swords. Your subordinates are here. Quickly gather the troops of the Celestial Commissioner, and follow me to the gate of Sky Bearing to save His Majesty. 2 hours later, Yushu led 500 elites from the imperial astronomer to the gate of sky bearing, but they were too late. Emperor Chongjin had already been captured alive by the Yen army, and the city gates had been breached by the cannons. The pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air. The Yen army had occupied the city gates, and a large number of them swarmed into the city. There were still many defeated soldiers who were putting up a futile resistance. The 200 black-robed guards led the charge, and the closer they got to the city gate, the faster Yushu's heart beat. Just when she thought that there was no end to the road, the horse carriage suddenly stopped, and the sounds of fighting stopped. A loud voice could be heard, "Who are you? Report your name." If she were to open the curtains, she would be able to see 2 black cannons pointing at the direction of her horse carriage. If they were to take another step forward, they would be blown into pieces. Yushu sat in the carriage without moving, and replied in a clear voice, "The Celestial Commissioner of the Dan Dynasty has given me some advice." The surroundings suddenly quietened down, and Yushu waited quietly. She suddenly felt a little anxious, and not long after, there was a commotion on top of the city gate. She straightened her back, and heard a deep and powerful male voice coming from the sky, piercing through her eardrums. "Is the Celestial Commissioner giving me some advice? I am Prince Chongping, Lu Shining." Yushu's hands trembled as she pushed open the 2 doors and looked up. In the dusk, the city gate was crowded with people, but there was a man dressed in bright armor. He took off his hat and looked down. His bright black eyes pierced through the sea of people and stared straight at her. His lips opened and closed, and no sound came out, but she could read what he was saying. Chapter 792. Friendly note: this is a flashback, starting from after Yushu was promoted to the right commander. Those who don't like the fake ending of the previous chapter can ignore the previous chapter and start from this one. There are at least 50,000 words in this chapter, and it will explain the hidden lines clearly. That's it, moi. After Jing Qin ran away from the marriage, the position of the right commander of the Celestial Commissioner was once again vacant. This position seemed to be cursed, no one could hold it for long. Before Jing Qin, the right commander was Lady Lu from one of the 12 prefectures. Less than 3 months after she took office, she was transferred to the LoveLore Library to teach because she was involved in the struggle of the harem. The previous one also resigned after a few days. Even so, this vacancy was enough to make a group of people fight over it, especially those from the 12 prefectures who didn't have anyone in the Celestial Commissioner. Whether it was asking for favors or spending money, they didn't hesitate at all, wishing they could put down their pride and run to the Great Commissioner to recommend themselves. In the end, it was all in vain. Amidst the bad news of Emperor Zhao Qing's death and the uproar of the Shui family's collusion with the Prince of Dongjing's rebellion, the prefect quietly promoted the female imperial officer of the Kunling Bureau to take over the position of right commander. Many people, including those in the Directorate of Celestials, were rather dissatisfied with the appointment of the Great Supervisor. It was none other than because Yushu had climbed up too fast. Zhao Qing was a female oracle for 13 years, and in just 2 years, she became a high-ranking Celestial Commissioner official. This kind of promotion speed was unbelievably fast. But thinking about it carefully, other than being young and inexperienced, people were surprised to find that they couldn't find any other fault with her. First of all, she was a female oracle who came out of the Dian examination, a once-in-a-decade double role. Moreover, she was once a guest at the Double Sons meeting on the day the Crown Prince entered the palace, and helped the Crown Prince gain power, which could be considered as a merit. Moreover, she was the Miaoling female envoy, who was bestowed a title by Emperor Zhao Qing when he was alive. Finally, there was a major event that happened recently. She was an important witness who had exposed the treacherous Prime Minister Shui Lingnan's various crimes. Moreover, she had rendered meritorious service and should have been rewarded. With this argument, the officials and aristocratic families who were originally dissatisfied with Yu Shu's promotion to the right commander became mute. No matter what other people thought of her promotion, Yu Shu did not feel guilty at all. When she was still a female official, she had shouldered all the responsibilities of the Kunling Bureau. Now, she was just officially taking over. On the second day after receiving the letter of appointment, she used lightning speed to lure the commander of the Jin Wu Guards, Zhou Yeda, to the door of the Celestial Commissioner's office, catching a turtle in a jar and giving him a taste of his own medicine. The Crown Prince had long wanted to punish Zhou Yeda as an example to others, and it was a good match for her. Zhou Yeda had only been in the Supreme Court for 3 days, and he had been exposed to a pile of scandals and evil deeds that could not see the light of day. Every one of them was enough to dismiss him from his post and investigate him. In the beginning, he had relied on Xue Lingnan to build his family business. Now that the entire Xue family had collapsed, people would give a push to a wall when it was down. How could he be alone? The Zhou family had met with misfortune. When the Supreme Court sent the news that Zhou Yeda had been dismissed from his post and investigated, it was as if the sky had fallen for the family. Misfortune never came alone. Just as Zhou Yeda was in prison, several officials from the Kunling Bureau came to arrest Zhou Nia. Madame Zhou cried her heart out and refused to hand over Zhou Nia. Unfortunately, there were no Jin Wu guards to stop them this time. The officials directly entered the Zhou mansion to search for Zhou Nia. They caught Zhou Nia at the back door and brought him back to the Kunling Bureau. Reporting to the right commander, the criminal Zhou Nia has been brought here. Yu Shu's office and study had been moved upstairs. The entire second floor was dedicated to her use. The place was not only more spacious than before, but the view from the window was better and the environment was quieter. Wen Xiao and replaced Ren Renjia's position that had been stolen previously. Now, he was a 6th-ranked official. As for the position of the female imperial official, it was vacant. Although the Great Commissioner had asked Yu Shu to recommend someone, she had not thought of a suitable candidate. When Yu Shu heard that Zhou Nia had been arrested, she did not get up to see. Coincidentally, Wen Xiao was in front of her. She flipped through the table and found the crime report that she had previously written. She handed it to him and said, "Make a trip and send this person to the Ministry of Justice. Help me tell Xing Darren that he must be severely punished." "Yes, this official will do it now." Wen Xiao put down the things in his hands and first followed Yu Shu's instructions. The Celestial Commissioner had 3 departments and 2 bureaus. Only the Imperial Commissioner had his own prison. The Kunling Bureau did not have a place to detain criminals. He could only be sent to the Ministry of Justice to be punished. The Ministry of Justice was no longer under Xue Lingnan's control. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Xing Mingji, was the Great Commissioner, so it was not difficult to ask him for a small favor. As a result, the unlucky Zhou Nia was dragged all the way to the Celestial Commissioner on such a hot day. He fainted twice and was just woken up by a basin of cold water when he was dragged away again. That day, he led the troops to break into the Yu residence's backyard and bullied the women. He robbed them of their wealth and injured them. Who would have thought that retribution would come so quickly? Wen Xiao sent Zhou Nia to the Ministry of Justice. Xing Mingji gave him face and ordered his subordinates to give him 30 strokes of the board before throwing him into a cell. The jailer understood the intentions of the higher-ups and gave him a smelly and dirty cell. He was not even allowed to drink water and was tormented until he was hovering between life and death. He was locked up for half a month. The Zhou family sent people over several times, but they didn't even see his face. They didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Madame Zhou and the eldest young master of the Zhou family bitterly begged but couldn't find a way out. They ran into walls everywhere. Finally, it was an elder of the Zhou family who pointed them in the right direction and told them to go beg Yu Shu. Madame Zhou hated Yushu, the main culprit, but for the sake of her youngest son, she had no choice but to carefully prepare a cart full of gifts and go with her eldest son to the Yu residence to apologize. In the end, Yushu didn't even show her face. She only asked the gatekeeper to accept their gifts and had Zhou Hu bring a list of items to give to Madame Zhou. These were the items that Zhou Nia had destroyed and taken away on the day he led the troops into the Yu residence. There were a lot of rare things that were given by Shui Rue. For example, there was a pair of jadeite glass bottles that were half the height of a person in front of the entrance to the reception pavilion in the front courtyard. They couldn't be bought outside. Madame Zhou looked at the list and went back dizzily. She returned 2 days later and this time, she brought another cart full of things. Some of the items were returned to the original owners, while the other part was painfully subsidized by her. If she really couldn't find or buy anything, she simply used money to make up for the missing items. Zhou Hu took people to count the number and then went to the rear courtyard to report to Yushu. When he returned, he brought a message to Madame Zhou. My master said that your family's second young master originally committed a crime and should have been sent to serve in the hardship areas. Being locked up for 2 months is already a light punishment. You should go home and wait. When the time comes, the Ministry of Justice will naturally release him. This meant that the Zhou family didn't intend to make an exception at all. This time, the Zhou family's apology was for nothing. Madame Zhou was so angry that her whole body trembled. If it weren't for the timid eldest young master Zhou holding her back, she would have caused a scene on the spot. The mother and son were asked to leave the Yu residence. Sitting in the carriage on the way home, Madame Zhou looked at her timid eldest son. When she thought of her husband and youngest son who were still in prison, she couldn't help but wail. Emperor Anwu's body had been resting in the palace for 49 days. Every few days, officials of the 5th rank and above had to enter the palace to cry. There was no lack of people who, in order to show their loyalty, went to the palace every day to cry. After Yushu's injuries healed, she followed Zhu Muzhao to the palace. In the dog days of summer, the sun was scorching hot, but everywhere in the palace was snow white. Outside the palace, there was a crowd of people kneeling. Some were howling, some were sobbing, some were mumbling, and some were shaking their shoulders and wiping their tears. The atmosphere was heavy and sorrowful, but it was unknown how many people were truly sad. Amidst the rising and falling sounds of crying, from time to time, there would be low cries of "so-and-so official has fainted." Then, eunuchs would run over and help the person down to rest. Yushu felt that this was a very good move. If she really couldn't cry anymore, she could pretend to faint. It was better than actually fainting from the sun. Zhu Muzhao brought her into the palace and kowtowed a few times in front of the tall coffin. Then, he went to the side hall to see the crown prince. Yushu secretly rejoiced that Zhu Muzhao wasn't a pretentious person. Otherwise, if he really wanted her to cry, she could only rub chili powder into her eyes. The crown prince had to keep watch over the coffin and learn how to handle court politics, so he had moved all the memorials for the past few months to the side hall. As the Grand Tutor, Yin Tianho would enter the palace every day to give him pointers on national politics. Although he was Ning Wang's maternal grandfather, he didn't hide anything from the crown prince. He taught him everything he could and never used his position as the Qing Emperor's Grand Tutor to suppress the crown prince. Thus, at least on the surface, the crown prince treated Yin Tianho with great respect. "You've come at the right time. I was just talking with the Grand Tutor about the Woka bandits. There are some areas that I don't understand and need your opinion." The crown prince was slightly closer to Zhu Muzhao and less respectful. It was probably because he wasn't far from becoming emperor. He exuded a confident aura that made Yushu unable to remember the quiet 9th prince of the past. The crown prince saw that Yushu was also present and didn't hurry to speak of proper matters. He smiled slightly at her and his gaze flashed across the scarf on her forehead. The crown princess has been grieving too much and has not been well these past few days. Since you have come, why don't you go to the Eastern Palace to keep her company and help me console her? He called over a chief eunuch and had him take her to the Eastern Palace. Before Emperor Zhao Qing's burial, the Hogong had not been dismissed. The crown prince still lived in the Eastern Palace. He was a progressive person and didn't lust after women. In the Eastern Palace, other than Xia Jiangmin, the crown princess, there was only the crown princess Liangdi, Rui Zizhu, and Mei Baolin. Rui Zizhu didn't have much to say, but this little Baolin had originally been one of Xia Jiangmin's maids. For some reason, she had entered the crown prince's eyes. After one night of favor, she had gained status. Her surname wasn't originally Mei, but the crown prince said that she had the fragrance of plums on her, so he gave her this name. Xia Jiangmin was very happy to see Yu Shu. She didn't bother to take a nap on the bed. She had a palace maid set up a tea table in the pavilion and pulled her to the little garden to cool off. Yu Shu looked at her expression and asked, "His Highness the Crown Prince was worried that you weren't feeling well and had me come to keep you company. Were you feeling unwell?" Xia Jiangmin's face flushed red. She shook her head and pulled her hand to place against her stomach. She bit her lip and looked shyly at her. Her expression didn't need to be said. Yu Shu's eyes widened. She didn't dare to believe that what was slightly bulging under her palm was a small life. "You're pregnant?" "Yes." Xia Jiangmin pursed her lips and smiled. "The child is more than 3 months old. Counting the days, I only got pregnant after you and I went for a walk in the suburbs during the flower festival." Yu Shu was happy for her, but she was also a bit worried. She glanced at the nearby palace maids and reminded her in a low voice, "We are in troubled times right now. The crown prince's ascension to the throne is imminent. Many eyes are staring at the Eastern Palace. You must be careful and protect the child. Protect yourself. Don't let others plot against you." Xia Jiangmin deeply agreed. She waved her hand to let the palace maids leave. Only in private did she show a spoiled look to her. She held her arm and said, "I feel that this child ran into my stomach because of you. If you hadn't blocked the disaster for me, I don't know what would have happened to me. Ashu, when the child is safely born, I will secretly let him recognize you as his godmother, okay?" Yu Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her cold eyes swept over and a warm color appeared. She shook her head and said, "The crown prince is the future emperor. You have a prince in your stomach. Have you ever heard of a prince recognizing a godmother?" Xia Jiangmin snorted and no longer said childish words. Her eyes turned and landed on Yu Shu's forehead. She put away her smile and carefully said to her, "The crown prince told me that you injured your forehead and left a scar. Can I see it?" In fact, she wanted to ask her as soon as she saw her, but she was afraid of making her unhappy, so she held it in until now. Yu Shu hesitated for a moment. She raised her hand and took off the gauze to wipe her forehead, revealing the cinnabar-colored scar between her eyebrows. Xia Jiangmin was stunned. She subconsciously covered her mouth and didn't scream. She couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. How did it become like this?" "I have a top-grade jade face cream. It's very effective for removing scars. I'll have someone go get it." Yu Shu stopped her and said, "There's no need to trouble yourself, this scar won't go away. TSK, why do you have a bitter face?" "I'm not sad. Take a closer look. With this scar on my forehead, doesn't it make me look more dignified? If I wasn't afraid of scaring others, I wouldn't have covered it." Xia Jiangmin wanted to cry and laugh, but she couldn't say anything. She stared at the scar between her eyebrows a few more times and didn't think it was scary. To be honest, this scar wasn't ugly at all. Instead, it added a bright color to Yu Shu's delicate features. She knit her brows and thought about it. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she called a palace maid to take a box of rouge from her dresser drawer. She held it in her hand and said to Yushu, "I have an idea. Don't move." Yushu obediently didn't move. She saw her use a mink hairbrush to dip in the rouge on the jade plate and adjust the color on the back of her hand. She used one hand to hold her chin and the other hand to draw between her eyebrows. In a moment, it was done. Xia Jiangmin put down the brush and took a step back to look at her. Her eyes quickly became strange. She muttered, "Too beautiful." Then she handed the mirror to Yushu and said, "Look at it yourself." Yushu didn't understand what was going on. She raised the mirror and was stunned. She saw the face of the person in the mirror was white and there was a gorgeous flame between her eyebrows. Her eyes seemed to be dyed with fire. Looking at it would make people feel hot. The protrusion of the scar made the flame look more lively. It was as if it could drill out from between her eyebrows and burn everything. However, with a little embellishment and a change of shape, the originally scary scar could glow with such a beautiful appearance. "Ashu, you don't need to wear a headscarf. Look at how beautiful you look. Even I want to draw one." Xia Jiangmin excitedly took the mirror in her hand. She dipped the brush in some rouge and drew a flame flower on her forehead. However, it was not as stunning as the one between Yushu's eyebrows. She could only resentfully give up and give the whole box of rouge to her. "This is the rouge my mother taught me to make. It won't fade easily even if it's washed. You have to use wine to wipe it off. You can use it first. Later, I'll make a few more boxes and send them to you." Yushu came back to her senses and suddenly understood a lot. She couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. She put her arm around Xia Jiangmin's shoulder and hugged her tightly. "Mingming, thank you. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.